we've done before, Sharon.
The applicant's not here, either.
All right, we'll go ahead and call to order the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. We'll go ahead with the roll call, please.
Chairman Ryan Green.
Here.
Jesse Koppel.
Here.
Ben Lee.
Here.
Walter Robb.
Here.
Steve Dyer.
Here. All right, we'll go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to public comment that is not on tonight's agenda. Is there any public comment regarding things that are not on tonight? All right. Oh, if you could, what's that?
Does anybody else want to go? I can wait.
If you have something that's not on tonight's agenda, if you could please come up to
Not on
the,
tonight's agenda.
correct,
I will have a chance later if there's one agenda.
correct.
I will wait, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we will go ahead and move on to approval of the minutes from September 12th and September 26th. We'll make a motion to approve those in a block.
Are you making the motion?
I'm making the motion.
I'll second.
Yep. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will move on to item number 6, the Tech International request for extension per 1127.05. And I will allow our staff to give us the background on this.
Sure, not a whole lot to unpack with this one, just in our zoning certificate. Trying to get organized here. Our zoning certificate applications, there is a requirement under 1127.05, and I've attached that if the work described in any zoning certificate has not began within 12 months from the date of issuance, or has not been completed within 24 months from the date of issuance, said permit shall expire. However, further work as described in the expired permit shall not proceed unless or until a new zoning certificate has been obtained or an extension has been granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we do not have the authority in-house and in staff to grant an extension. That is something that has to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that is why we're here tonight. The original application was it was Z 21-96. Got approved November of 2021. Looking on that, is quickly realized that we had an extension that may be necessary. I doubt very much whether the applicant is able to construct the entirety of the building in less than 30 days. So my recommendation to the applicant was to come in, request an extension from this board, and allow you all to evaluate and make sure that it is consistent with your desires and your wishes to do the extension. So with that, I can let the applicant, he has provided a little bit of a narrative, and I won't speak for him. The narrative is included in your packet, and that's the snapshot of what this particular, it's not an application, it's just an extension, so.
All right, and with that, I will go ahead and bring up our applicant.
Good evening. My name is Mike Murray. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Tech. And I wanted to walk through tonight the extension, the request for the extension, as well as the request for a new zoning that has a non-conforming variance and a variance on the sidewalk and trees. So I could walk through that tonight. If you don't mind, I'm just going to kind of walk a little bit through what were kind of bigger projects. So for many of you may not have been here, kind of the overall project, and then we can kind of get through the rest of it here. Let me just start this up.
And while he's looking at that, I'll kind of maybe make some sense of it for at least the audience that may not have the packet in place, or for you all. There is also a couple other items on the agenda tonight. One is a non-conforming use, and another one is a variance request. And so if I'm accurate, I believe Mike is going to walk through all of those pieces at once. Just way of background so that you're paying attention to the variance pieces of it, as well as the non-conforming. And I can roll through those in a little bit more specific detail as we get to each one of those. But I'm assuming this presentation will kind of encompass all of the narrative that's associated with it.
Yeah, if you're okay doing all of it.
Yeah, yeah, usually that's easier for the applicant. We'll go through every piece.
Okay, so I'm just gonna walk through kind of technical rubber company that's been a part of Johnstown for 85 years, kind of where we're at now, where we're trying to go as we grow our business, increase our presence in Johnstown as we go forward. So on the pictures here above you, you can see that this is the campuses of Tech. What we call the 200 campus is our original manufacturing location. And then the 539 campus is our warehouse that was purchased several years ago. And then the 9711 is our corporate headquarters. So that's what we consider our campus. And as you can imagine, a company that's been around for 85 years, we've grown up. As we've grown, we've added buildings, had success, added more buildings, increased our employment here in Johnstown. But over time, those buildings have become a little bit aged and they're kind of outlived their usefulness. So we need to do some things to improve our buildings and to make them more suitable for our manufacturing and more suitable for our employees, to have a place that we're proud of. The other aspect of this is by consolidating our campus onto what we call the 539, which is in the industrial park, we free up the 200 campus. That's 37 acres of prime real estate, quite frankly, in the middle of Johnstown. And given what's happening here in the future, the opportunity to use that land for something far different is pretty significant. So that's kind of factoring into our decision to consolidate into the 539 campus. So that's what we're talking about here, taking that red circle there, which is the current manufacturing location, moving it into a industrially zoned area where the 539 campus is today. Any questions around that? So, as Sean mentioned, we had a zoning permit previously approved. It was for what I'm showing you here on the screen. We completed all of the parking and all of the enhancements that are in brown there, and then we had COVID. And COVID just kind of knocked everybody for a loop a little bit and delayed our progress as we had supply chain issues, we had people that couldn't supply us steel buildings, we had a variety of issues, and it got delayed. In the process of delaying it, you'll see there a red dotted line. And that's what we're, kind of the modification to the original plan. The original plan is everything in brown and green up there. Since that time, we've gone back and looked at our space and said we need more space. Our expectations for growth have grown, and therefore we need that additional, it's about 16,000 square feet. So because of that, we need a new zoning application that would encompass that additional space on that side. I won't walk you through all this, but this is basically kind of walking through the time phase of how we came to this, why we're asking for the time extension, why we're asking for the increase in space as we go down the path here. So just to give you some perspective, this is the existing facility that is there today.
Apologies.
You can see Commerce Road and Coshocton, for those that are familiar with the area. And the green building that's up there in Sportsman's Club, that's our corporate headquarters. So what this shows is what we did already. We updated the parking lot, and I want to make mention that we created a new entrance on the Sportsman. There was a discussion about the entrance was previously much too close to the interchange between 62 and Sportsman. And there was some discussion about what we could do to kind of enhance that. We won't go down that path right now, but we did move the entrance to accommodate that. And then improve the parking and the truck parking area on the Commerce side. And then we put a fire lane behind the facility, and then a pretty substantial detention pond that would handle all of the sheet flow off of the property. This is a view from an engineering perspective. Everything inside that blue line was accounted for in the design of the retention pond. So all of the sheet flow from there was accounted for. So the retention pond is sufficient in size to accommodate the incremental 16,000 square feet that we're adding. There's plenty of capacity for that. This is just a plot map to show you kind of where we are, the surrounding properties. We've contacted all of those people as required for the variances that we're going to talk about here in a second. And that's just a perspective on the facility on that plot, to give you some perspective of scale. So this is the new facility here, and I'll jump to, I think, a better picture. So here's the new facility. Everything in green and brown, light brown is existing. Everything that's in dark brown and kind of a purplish color is new. So that's what the facility will look like in the future. And this is just some different perspectives. This is from the commerce side of the facility. That's a little bit closer view of it. This tells you a little bit about what we do and what we're going to be doing inside the building. This is the perspective from Sportsman's Club, viewing towards our employee entrance. So this will be the new employee entrance. This doesn't exist right now. We'll have a really, you can see there, kind of an open design cafeteria for our employees. Very welcoming, very brightly lit area, as well as a new employee entrance. This is the front of the building, as you'll see it from 62, looking at the building. Just a little perspective from a little higher up. So that's kind of the building and what we're going to do going forward. So the second part of our request here is the non-conforming request. What I did is I highlighted here, the permitted uses under the light manufacturing code that exists today, and I think you could agree that it's kind of narrow in scope, and it certainly doesn't include what we do. So we're asking for a non-conforming. This is what we do. Tech manufactures tire repairs and adhesives. We've done so in Johnstown for 85 years. We've operated at our 200 campus under a non-conforming permit for all of those years as well. Very safe, very clean facility. We've never had any problems in that respect. So that's the non-conforming side of it. The other side of it is the variance on the trees. So today, what you see in front of you, those 5 red dots or 5 red stars, are the existing mature trees that are on our property along Commerce, as you would require. The area that's at the top, that's in the circle, is a much narrower strip of land. It's where the road goes to 3 lanes. It has a turning lane there. And those trees were removed because of concerns about line of sight to traffic. Trucks coming out, the cars coming out in that area, the cars turning right in that area. So there's no trees along that small stretch there. So that relates to the tree side of things. And the other side of it is the sidewalk. A request to have a sidewalk in this area. And as you can see, if you look at where the trees are, there's really no place for sidewalks. You'd have to almost tear down or cut down those trees in order to put a sidewalk in. And then at the back of the property, which is the red circle at the bottom, you can see there that between the storm ditch and the road, there's really no space, and on the other side is the detention pond. So there's really no place for the sidewalk to go, towards the back of the property. Okay. So that's really, what I wanted to talk about here today. I don't know if anybody has any questions, concerns.
And I can get further into the details with the variance and the non-conforming if you want to wait till those specific pieces are brought up. Just handle the extension.
I was gonna have you give background before each of them,
Absolutely.
just to, especially for the crowd, because we have a lot of people here tonight, and I want them to know where we're at.
Be happy to do it.
Okay, I'll open it up to questions from our commissioners.
Can we go back to the, so you guys are moving off of the parse out of the building that's on 62 and everything's gonna be on the Sportsman's Club Road one?
Yes.
That's the plan, okay.
What we
And-
call the 200 campus, which is the main manufacturing location today, that will be vacated, and everything will go to the 539 Commerce, location.
Does our sidewalk code require a sidewalk at the back, or would it just be on 60, that little stretch of 62 and then
Could
Sportsman's
you go to a
Club?
full map of that?
Okay, can we get an aerial, go back to the aerial slide, maybe?
Sure.
I'm just trying to visualize for the sidewalk piece, like what that,
And
I get the tree part.
that one's gonna be more relative to the variance.
Are we,
so
am I skipping ahead right now?
Could be.
That's what I was gonna ask, if we could,
I picked the wrong driver.
if we could go in order with
Yeah, I was like, wait a
Sorry,
minute.
I'm sorry.
maybe the non-conforming first, because
Okay.
I have
Fair
questions
enough,
about
fair
some, but not all, and I think for me, it's probably gonna be better. I would suggest just to piece it out, piece by piece.
All right, let's do
We can,
non-conforming
I'm
first.
totally fine with that.
Okay.
I don't have anything on the non-conforming.
It's a large project, so
Well, the,
I'm,
number 6 is the extension.
I just want to make sure that that our staff is giving background
Yeah.
so everybody knows where we are.
Yeah,
If
Right now,
gonna-
we're just dealing with the extension.
the construction extension, yeah.
Okay.
I have no issue with the construction extension. From my calculations, it looked like you were asking for 12 months, 20 months in total, so going to June of '25, right? I mean, I'd be fine with saying 24 months from today. That way you have, unless you've built in some buffer in there. I mean, COVID messed with everything, everywhere, for everyone, and so another 24 months, I don't think is gonna be a big deal, 2 years to complete it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now we just have crippling inflation and interest rates.
So do we vote on each part of these separately?
I've still got some, I've got some questions, so.
Walter has some questions.
Yeah, I did get a chance to review just a little bit ago, the original permit for the, let's see, yeah, it's right here somewhere. Z 21-96, I think it was, so I'm curious as far as, it looked like it was in 2 phases. Now, did that permit cover all the phases that you were looking at there, or did it incorporate the first kind of smaller section?
I don't really know if I know what you're
I think
saying.
the original permit was just a smaller section.
Yeah, I'm trying to,
Yeah, if you go back to this here, I think I know what you're asking. You're asking this here.
yeah, because what I saw was originally this, and then this was like a phase 2,
That's
from what I
correct.
could pick up.
That's
So, my question is, was that permit for all of that, or?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't have all the details, and I was trying to figure out what's what. So, yeah, I did see the detention pond, and the other things were in there, and a lot of that work's already completed.
Okay.
So, okay, so that covers that. So you're just looking for the extension to build out those as already proposed?
That's correct.
Okay. And I agree with Ben as far as, 2 years from now, I think would be fine.
I think that provides a good timeline. Any other questions? All right. Before we take a vote, we can open to public comment. Is there any public comment on this? All right, Mr. Main, if you could come up to the microphone, please. Are we able to take one to
I
him
can take
possibly?
one to you, Louis.
Okay.
You got it? You want me to bring you a microphone?
No, I'm not. Louis, Maine, 132 North Main Street. My only question is, with the relocation, and I'm taking that, you're moving everything from 200, I'm curious about the chemical movement. Being a former firefighter, I know the problems we've had there over the years, and those underground storage tanks, I didn't hear anything where you're gonna put those, or,
No underground storage tanks.
pardon me?
No underground storage tanks.
So you won't be doing the mixing and so forth?
We'll be doing the mixing, but not underground.
It's gonna be above ground
Yes.
storage?
Yes.
Okay, that's my concern, is the volume of chemicals used in the mixing process for the adhesive.
And we've already been in contact with the fire department.
Okay, that's my only.
Yep.
So they want to make money.
I appreciate it. I think we did cover that in the initial conversation. There was more in depth. I think there was a little bit more in depth, I want to say, of that. But if you'd like to explain more about the fire suppression systems and things you guys use. It's not part of this application, but if you would have that
Yeah,
off the cuff.
Yeah, we have, the fire suppression system is defined by the fire department and
Mm-hmm.
Licking County, and we 100% align with it. We're putting foam suppression in because our product is better put out with foam than water, so we're kind of having both systems in place. We'll have foam between each of our racks. Firefighter, you know, between the different racks, you have foam in the individual layers,
Okay.
so.
All right.
Pretty extensive.
Thank you for that. All right, any further public comment at this time? Okay, in the back.
Mr. Chairman, can I have permission to speak back here?
Yeah, can we get him, I don't know if we can get a microphone that far. We want to make sure that you're recorded.
Oh. I was just going to say, can you hear me over there?
Yeah, it'll probably be.
It should pick up, and if you can give us your information,
Jack
please.
Barber has been a wonderful citizen of this community for 85 years. They've never come and asked us for anything. They haven't asked for tax rebates except on one project up there. They don't come with their hat in their hand, but every time somebody in town gets in trouble, they go to tax for money. Support the football field and everything else. And I think it's time we step up to the plate and support local business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further public comment? All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this issue and bring this back to our commissioners. Anything from our commissioners?
I'll make a motion if we're ready.
All right, there's a motion. I will second.
I'll move to approve the Tech International request for extension for Z2196
For
How many months?
for 24 months, yeah, I'm sorry.
24 months.
24 months from today.
I'll second that.
Ken Lee,
Yes.
Steve Dyer,
Yes.
Jesse Koppel,
Yes.
Chairman Green,
Yes.
Walter Roth.
Yes.
Okay, that is our first part. So we'll move on to the second part here, application Z-23-922A, the non-conforming use of 539 East Coshocton Street. I will have Sean update us again, keep everybody in line.
Sure can. So, not to overcomplicate it, but Mr. Murray did a fantastic job of going through the presentation and illustrating our zoning code that's currently on the books. And with our current zoning code, it does not allow for this particular use in that area. I do want to point special attention to the application that was filed back in 2021 covered the use to be transferred over to there. This is just a small expansion of that yellow portion that was put forth. So since it's an expansion, there has to be a non-conforming expansion permit, so to speak, that has to be issued. So really not to, like I said, overcomplicate it. The applicant is proposing to construct a building, which it would be an expansion of a non-conforming use, and in our non-conforming use code, any expansion has to get a permit through you all just to make sure that it can go through that process.
Okay. Questions from our commissioners? I know the non-conforming use is a different one that we don't traditionally see. And typically, you can't grant a non-conforming use, but I believe this specific project started before we even had zoning, which is why we've had 85 years without an approved use.
And it had been transferred to the other location in 2021, and I can't speak to what happened then or didn't happen then, and I don't know if the current zoning code was applicable back then, but I can only speak to what's happening today. And you're right, Chairman, the expansion is really what's triggering it. If someone were to come in with a brand-new use that's not an allowable use, you can't get a variance on a use permit. So this is an expansion of something that's already permitted, so that is why we're seeing that here today. You will not typically see these for any other type of situation unless that business already exists and they're looking to expand it.
And this may be something we want to look at in the future for a conditional use when we go through our zoning code again.
So our current code allows for this?
It does
That's what
not.
I'm-
It does not. This company predates the zoning code, which is how we got here.
Tech predates a
So-
lot.
Yeah, as we learned in a previous meeting, it used to be on Main Street in a garage. So,
Oh, good.
So the
Right.
definition of a non-conforming use is something that was legally established, then the zoning code is adopted. That zoning code doesn't allow this use, but because it's a vested property right to continue that use, they can keep it in the same footprint. The expansion requested here is just to, is required because it is a non-conforming use, and that's why it comes in front of
Right.
Planning and Zoning Commission.
okay, so questions from our commissioners?
The one question that I reach out to staff to ask about is there have been any calls when neighbors have been notified about this?
And I believe
And
you,
it-
oh,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
I was gonna say, I think the response I got back was that there haven't been any calls, and it sounds as if you've reached out to them and talked to them already. And it sounds too that this expansion is as a result of growth too, right? So, I mean, that's fantastic. I don't, in my opinion, it's all zoned light manufacturing, so it's not as if it's outside, if it's a different zoning designation, it's already been approved. This feels like more of a formality to me. I don't have any problem with granting the non-conforming use.
All right, we will go ahead and open briefly for public comment. Mr. Block,
I'd like to ask you what kind of permit they got to grow marijuana up there.
that's a separate project.
It's a separate project, but it's still here in the town, and you make nice, people go through this conformal use and everything, it's been there 85 years. But I remember when we done the marijuana growing up there, we sent our manager, a lot of everything else, get it over backwards. So I think we should help that, thank you.
Thank you.
And if you want, I can address the question.
Yes,
It's up to you.
yeah, we can address the question. It is a specific project that's not on tonight's agenda.
So, Mr. Block was referencing cannabis, medical, and all the marijuana. So, under our code, it is a conditional use. So, that's how that was done at that time, went through the conditional use. And just for the record, I was not the manager, and I did not go to Hawaii at that time for any of the audience members, because that would have been really cool. So, anyhow. All right.
All right, we do have one other public comment. If you could come up to the podium, or we can try to bring you a microphone.
It isn't anything, since he brought that up, I just want to remind you guys, and I'm sure you know, there's been other towns where there's been marijuana growers, marijuana.
We're gonna stick to this project here, though.
Okay.
So
I mean, the point being is that there's been a lot of issues in some communities because of the smell it produces. So,
yeah, we're not talking about marijuana, though. This is a
well, I mean,
separate issue.
same thing, I mean, it's the same
The
basically.
issue on the smell with the rubber,
Right, I mean, it smells like skunk,
yeah.
so, I just want.
I appreciate it. We're gonna stick to this project, though. This is not something that's emitting scent into the air currently.
I just want to make sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
So, all right. Any other public comment related to this project and potential byproducts? All right. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move back to our commissioners. Is there a motion to move forward with this item?
I will move to approve the non-conforming use application Z2322A.
I'll second it.
All right. Roll call, please.
Steve Dyer,
Yes.
Jesse Cobble,
Yes.
Cameron Green,
Yes.
Walter Robb,
Yes.
Ken Lee.
Yes.
All right, we will go ahead and move on to item number 8, the application Z-23-922C, the variance for trees and sidewalks at 539 East Coshocton Street. Sean, if you could give us the update on that once more.
I will tee that up. So I do want to highlight a couple things here. If I stumble, we got Thad to kind of pick me up as I go through this process. A little bit different than maybe a traditional situation. But just to give you the project narrative, the applicant is proposing to construct a building, an expansion to the building, and I just want to specify, it's just that yellow piece that was in your packet. It's not the entirety of everything. I'll bring up why that's important later. The applicant is requesting a variance on section 1171.25 and 1183.08 of the Johnstown Codified Ordinance, which requires the installation of a sidewalk and street trees to receive a zoning certificate. It should be noted that the only area for consideration, and this is this special part of that yellow area, should be noted that the only area for consideration is directly in front of the expansion area, referencing the zoning certificate Z23922B and found in Exhibit A, and that's in your packet. The applicant has been approved, or I'm sorry, applicant has an approved zoning certificate, which is what I referenced from 2021 for the other areas. So we're not addressing the other areas. That application was back in 2021, really addressing just the expansion piece and what's related directly out in front of that. So when we're looking at a sidewalk variance and a street tree variance, it's just for what's out in front of that. I actually had to call up our attorney to kind of get some background on this, because these applications are kind of stacked and layered on top of each other, how to best proceed with this particular piece. And his recommendation was to just look at directly out in front of the expansion area, which is already where the street trees have some existence. The yellow area is down here, so today there was a question by one of the zoning members, how many street trees would be required? We require street trees for every 25 feet. This is the area that's being expanded, so it would require the addition of 4 trees, so the variance would be for 4 street trees. Sidewalk, same situation. We're not looking at any of the other areas, just what's out in front of this particular yellow building. So the variance for the sidewalk would be at this location right here. Like I said, a little bit complicated, but Thad, jump in if you think I've missed anything, but that's what you're looking at tonight.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that, Sean, is the reason that this is so limited in scope is because the permit for the expansion had already been granted before these code provisions were in place. And so, and when I say the permit for the expansion, I mean the large expansion. It had already been granted before these requirements were in place. So that's why it's only with respect to the small additional expansion. And, you know, when these sidewalk and tree requirements are put in place, it's really contemplating something that is applicable to an entire site being developed and not in a case such as this where the larger expansion was predating the code.
And that's why it's Commerce and not 62.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. So questions from our commissioners on this?
I would ask if we could entertain these individually, sidewalk and tree separately.
No problem with that? Is there any legal issue with that?
That's probably recommended.
No, that could be done.
Okay. Could we get, I don't know if we have a better aerial view of that. I guess that's probably the best one, but.
I could take it to
For those following along in the audience.
up here.
Okay.
So it looks like 2 trees were taken out along Commerce relative to the line of sight call out that you mentioned. Is that right?
From what I looked at today, and whenever I did Google Street View,
That's what I'm doing now.
no, from what I looked at, it didn't look like any trees were removed when I went and did a physical inspection today.
Oh. Didn't you say that there were trees removed in that
Yeah, he
section?
did. Yeah, the call out was trees were removed because of line of sight concerns, which I'm not sure where approval from that came from. or-
That section was right
That
here.
section, yeah.
The section that you're under consideration today is just right here.
No trees were removed.
Those trees were removed. These still remain, so the addition of these would be 4 in order to meet the 25 feet.
Okay. So I guess I'm confused then. So the removed trees or non-removed trees notwithstanding, it looks as if there are maybe 5, you said mature trees along this island that we're talking about, right?
The 5 trees that are in existence now
Right there.
are right there. The expansion is down here.
Right. So we're
Right.
saying,
These trees are still here. They're gonna remain, from my understanding.
That's correct.
The deficiencies are right here.
and there's enough space for 4 trees in that
trees.
spot.
Correct. It's about 125 feet.
Okay, okay. Okay, I got it. All right. What do you want to talk about first, trees or sidewalk?
Well, we just talked about trees.
Trees?
It's not hard. I'd say let's put the trees in. I don't think that's a big,
If we're talking about trees.
I don't think
in
it's a
my
big
opinion-
deal. I think the sidewalk's the expensive piece.
Yeah, the trees, in
So,
my opinion, I think are
Put the trees
required.
in. That's my call out.
I would think the trees would.
And if we're worried about line of sight, tall hedge, but we need green space.
I'm
But
not
the
a-
sidewalk's the expensive part, so
So with trees, in my opinion, we were, hopefully we still are, Tree City USA. It's something that we espouse as part of the green planning that we're trying to do within the city. In my opinion, tree gets cut down. I don't like it. I just don't. I think it adds to the environment, obviously. I think it adds to the aesthetics of the city. I would be in favor of keeping trees here in this space, especially if there were a couple removed from another area. And I don't disagree that removing them might have been the right thing to do with respect to line of sight for that particular spot. But we've enforced this with other parcels that have done similar improvements.
yeah. We have code elsewhere that says if you remove a tree, you're gonna replace a tree. So I think we have code to back that up, so.
Yeah, I'm in favor of keeping the trees and not allowing the variance for the trees specifically.
So just so I'm clear, we're talking about adding, I think you said 4 trees down that south of those mature trees that are there now, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I visited today and I did see there's trees on the opposite side, on the
Yeah.
other side as well. And they didn't seem to be a problem for line of sight. Now, you may want to plant a smaller growing tree to keep that line of sight. I'm with Ben, I'd like to see some trees
Right.
in there.
Keep the trees. We need to take a vote specifically on the trees. All
I
right.
think so.
Is there a motion?
Well, before we vote, I think that we need to also can tie into the consideration of sidewalks, because if we have limited space here, are we choosing trees over sidewalks? Because I would personally lean the other way. Do we have enough room for both right here? Can we talk about that a little bit, if maybe?
That one picture, yeah, room was tight, looked like it.
I guess I'm not sure, I don't have a great visualization on why we couldn't do, is that your parking lot that's behind those row of trees? That dark gray area?
Yeah.
So that could potentially be converted into a sidewalk, is that correct?
Parking lot?
Yeah,
I mean, you could have a striped area that people wanted to walk in.
But Sean, for this sidewalk portion, would it incorporate that whole island, or would it just be in front of the expansion?
It would just be in front of the expansion.
All right.
In my opinion, if there were to be consideration for a sidewalk, in my opinion, the paramount place to look at would be along 62, I would think. And there would be a lot more consideration with respect to setback from road, because you're seeing an acceleration and deceleration in that space as you leave town. But in my opinion, sidewalks in this area, I know we talk about walkability and things like that within the entire scope of the city. This area does not look to me like it was designed for a sidewalk. There isn't anybody else
Sure doesn't.
except, I think, Atrium in the back that has a sidewalk around it.
Right.
you're gonna miss your opportunity though.
But I don't,
But it's not gonna connect from the primary street.
I mean, when we
Yes,
talked about
thanks.
putting a sidewalk.
I'd like to be able to walk down 62 all the way through the park, but that did not happen originally.
I mean, when we asked Lash to put it in front of their building.
Right.
When they constructed their building in the back of that parcel, it was to continue to connect along that side of the road to get to CVS and to get to O'Reilly's, et cetera. I don't know,
I mean, I think that we're gonna have more development coming out that way, and we either have gaps in the sidewalk or we connect it when we can't, while we can, is my, you know? I mean, is that ditch, that's the one, that's not along one of the Sportsman's Club or 62, right? That's not that's
That ditch is
stormwater.
Commerce, that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ditch is the backside of our property.
So I'm not I don't think it would be, I don't think that on Commerce that there would be appropriate need for a sidewalk, because that's within the business park district. And I don't think people need to be strolling through inside the business park personally, but I think along the, whatever there is on 62 and Sportsman's Club, in my mind, we're-
I
if
agree,
we're
I
trying
think
to.
62 frontage is where you would want to see that, but it'd be a
Right.
lot deeper
But-
conversation relative to setback placement,
That's
right of
already
way, et
done.
cetera. But since the scope of what we're talking about here is limited to just commerce, I don't see it, how a sidewalk would
Yeah.
add to the overall area.
I think you're either gonna have trees or sidewalk in that area. It's gonna be difficult to have both because of what you already have, what's already existing. Sure, I'd like to have both. I do walk, and I've walked through here, but I can walk in the grass too, I have.
I think your only option is to have it right in front of the parking lot.
But I understand what you're saying, Jesse.
Yeah. All right, so where are we on that?
What's the code say about sidewalks that run through a parking lot? Can they just be lined out? Do we
Typically, you
know?
have the sidewalk within the right of way, so it's not on private property.
Right.
It's within the scope of the city, the easement. I mean, right? Sometimes you can have it on private property. I think there are a couple areas where we.
Sometimes we encourage sidewalks to be on the property owner in specific areas, other times we allow it to be in the right of way.
Utilities.
I'd probably say having a sidewalk within a parking lot presents a safety issue from the vehicular traffic. You want to have a separation between the pedestrian and the vehicular. Obviously, when you're crossing a sidewalk, or when you're crossing an entrance of a parking lot, that's a different scenario. But to run one outside of that entrance would not be my recommendation, to have a sidewalk area striped out or concreted unless there was some type of separation, whether it be through a curb or grass, or a tree line or a shrub line to give that pedestrian vehicular separation.
I think you even mentioned it in your narrative, Mr. Murray's, a false sense of security relative to a sidewalk. And I think that would probably be what that would entail. If I'm being honest, you get a 30,000-foot view for that space in its entirety. Like you said it earlier jokingly, my primary concern with the entire Commerce Park is stormwater management,
Yeah.
number one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
number two is stormwater management. Number three is stormwater management. And I think that, in my opinion, would take precedence over any other infrastructure relative to taking up any more of that right of way.
Yep.
I think the right of way that's there would welcome some street trees from an aesthetic standpoint, but I don't think a sidewalk is
Does
practical.
the sidewalk take how many years before it ever be completed? Every business. would-
Through every business?
Yeah.
Well, every time a business wanted to change or ask for some sort of variance, we would have to require
If you
them
want
to
to
put the
talk
sidewalk in.
about 62, 30 years.
So,
30 years.
you're talking about down by McDonald's? Like, yeah, to get that.
30 years.
30 years, right.
Okay.
So, yeah. Other than
That's why I
that, you
wanted
ask
to
them to
know
fill the ditch in, underground drainage, fill the ditch in, and do some stormwater management, but that's not gonna fix all of your issues either,
But that's primary to me,
right?
in my opinion.
So I guess what would be our basis for allowing them not to put sidewalks in? Because if this has been an area of emphasis for us, it seems to me like we'd have to have some substantial reasoning besides an inconvenience to the owner. Because it's always.
Space.
Space available.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go for trees over sidewalks.
The space and the safety element, because it's either
already
gonna have to
existing,
border
it's
the
not like it's
street.
a new build.
It'll either have to border the street or it'll border the,
It's not an
Parking lot.
entire design, it's just directly in front of the
right?
100 feet, that they're at 120 feet.
So with respect to sidewalk, 1133.03 are the variance criteria, and that would be the justification for one or the other. So So property in question, will yield a reasonable return, or whether there be any beneficial use of the property without the variance. In both cases, property can be used without the variance. Whether the variance is substantial, if you're talking purely dollars and cents, in my opinion, sidewalk is much more substantial than street trees.
Yes.
The incursion on that space is much more substantial with the sidewalk relative to street trees. Character of the neighborhood adversely affected, or whether adjoining properties will suffer an adverse impact as a result of the variance. Adjoining properties aren't gonna see any benefit for a 125-foot sidewalk in front of one parcel, especially in a commerce center where we don't necessarily encourage pedestrian traffic. But I think you would see benefit from having street trees and a beautification perspective. Whether the variance would adversely affect the delivery of governmental services, no. Property owner purchased the property with knowledge of the zoning restriction. I think a lot of this, again, was put in, well, you purchased it after this was put in place.
Yeah, because they had
Yeah.
the ditches there.
Where the
We wouldn't be
property
talking
owner
about it.
can be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance. We talked about putting it in a parking lot because of the easement that's here and the space that's available. I think we determined that that, from a safety perspective, probably isn't the best idea. Whether the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance. Again, encouraging pedestrian activity within the Commerce Center, I don't think has been a point of emphasis. So I don't think the intent behind the code in this space would be upheld, other than just a global desire from a connectivity perspective. But we're not encouraging walkability in this space because of the truck traffic and the type of industry that's back there.
Was there a need for it, or people walking to work?
I haven't seen anybody walking to work down there.
That'd be my only.
But you would see people walking on a footpath up 62, which is why that was an emphasis on putting it in 62. And in any residential area, new build residential area that doesn't have it. And then the final is no single factor should be considered determinative factor, et cetera. So in my opinion, based off of that, and the reading through 113303, I feel street trees would be a denial of the variance request and be required. And I would be in favor of approving the variance request by not requiring a sidewalk, my perspective.
So we're setting a precedent that to not require sidewalks because it's in his parking lot. So, I mean, I just want to understand, as far as precedent goes, next time we have a parking lot that goes up to, close to the road, that we're not going to require them to build a sidewalk because their parking lot goes up to the road? Or goes closer
Assuming
to
that,
the road?
like, this already wasn't approved years ago.
Right.
Like, they would come in with a whole package.
Well, they're required to do that, to update all the sidewalks by 117125. If there's an alteration, they have to update that. Then I mean, my interpretation of this says, no building shall be altered, changed unless ADA sidewalks have been provided in accordance with provisions of the zoning ordinance. It doesn't say just on that subsection of the building.
Well, that's why this is a variance.
Right, that's what I'm saying, so we're setting up, but I'm just saying. when
Yeah,
we
I'd be
do a
curious to
variance-
understand what the conversation was to require Atrium to have all of that sidewalk.
Yeah.
That would be my, because they're the only other ones back in that area that I saw that has a sidewalk.
What year was that done?
So,
And I'm
I was
not,
gonna say, none of
I'm
us-
not
none of
for
us were here. I don't know
sidewalks
if Sean
on
was here.
Commerce Drive, I'm just talking
Yeah.
mainly about
We don't have
62.
historical
I think we're
perspective
missing
on
an
that.
opportunity here.
I don't disagree. 62 would be a more appropriate place to have a
Let's just talk
consideration.
about that then.
But I don't think we can. That's not within the scope.
I disagree with that because it doesn't say 117125, says no building should be altered unless it's in compliance with this provision, with the sidewalk provision. So
Well, so I would say it says that no building or structure shall be erected, substantially altered, or its use changed, unless an ADA compliant sidewalk has been provided in accordance with the provisions of this zoning ordinance. Sidewalk shall at a minimum be provided along any public roadway and provide pedestrian access to the building directly. So, first of all, that's not really entirely clear as in terms of what public roadway it is referring to, whether it's all public roadways abutting the side or just the one abutting the, we would have to call a substantial alteration. And so when you have ambiguities like that, the benefit of the doubt goes to the landowner. And so in interpreting this request, that's how I came to the conclusion that the roadway in question was just Commerce Parkway adjacent to this newest, smaller expansion. So even if we take the premise that this is a substantial alteration of that original building, it, in giving the benefit of the doubt to the owner, just applies to that roadway frontage in front of Commerce. If it were something along 62, that's a different story. If it were a whole site redevelopment, that of course is a different story, and then you would probably get into more talk about dedication of easements and right-of-way in conjunction with a larger development. So that's,
So if we're saying that
think
that
that the-
building is substantially altered, right, which I think we can all agree it's being altered substantially, then I don't understand how you get to just one road, because this is any public roadway.
Because it doesn't border that road. It's not
But
off
that
of
building, all
property.
that structure does, because the structure's all one building.
True.
So if it's connected to that, it's all one structure, so that structure, it says any public roadway, which would, in my mind, means all
We show
public
the overhead
roadways.
of that again, the full overhead of that again. That one, there we go. So currently, there's no sidewalk.
So I agree, maybe it's not on, maybe it doesn't include the structure that's on Sportsman's Club, but it definitely includes the structure that's on 62.
They different addresses?
I think they'd be the same address, wouldn't
Are they, is that one address?
they? Yes.
What's the address?
39.
It's the same address. The frontage along there, I don't have I've driven by it recently, but is there a ditch along the front too?
It's a substantially steep hill from the edge of the parking lot right down to 62. It's a 20-foot drop.
Let me just ask this, would you, I mean, it is a narrow parking lot up there. I don't wanna, would you be able to have 4 feet for a sidewalk if we asked you to? Would you still be able to get through there?
It'd have to be 5 with ADA compliance.
Or 5, okay.
You could do it painted on the side, but our trucks, the trucks have that space to back into the docks. So, I couldn't dedicate the space to a sidewalk and have, as we mentioned earlier, safety barriers so the trucks couldn't enter.
Right.
You could have it as a marked space, but I think your safety concerns would be.
At the minimum,
All
you'd have
right,
to put
let's
the
move-
parking curbs
I'm
on
good,
it.
I'm on board. It would be burdensome, overly burdensome, I think, so I'm on board. I'll go with that one.
All right. We will go ahead and before we take a vote, we'll go ahead and open a public comment real quick. And please stick to this project. Louis Main.
I'd like to ask Sean if he's taken into consideration, there are 2 other ordinances dealing with sidewalk and trees that are not under the purview of Planning Commission. They're both in Title IX, sidewalk, curbs, and one that's dealing with street trees. So there are conflicts there.
I'd probably defer to that, or I need a little bit
Right.
further explanation on the question.
I think 925 and 945.
Right. So 901 deals with sidewalks and the construction specifications for them, riding ramps for the handicapped, et cetera. And so, just as a definitional matter under that, a striped area in a parking lot wouldn't qualify as a sidewalk. It would have to comply with those requirements in 901, be constructed of cement, et cetera. Trees is 945, and those deal primarily with
Street trees.
street trees, instances where they're obstructing traffic on public roadways, prohibited locations.
It doesn't
Not-
where the.
Right.
Yeah, it's not
If
not private property
different
landscaping
ordinances Dealing
requirement.
with the same subject, and want to make sure there wasn't conflict there.
Same subject, but in different contexts.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Further public comment. We'll go ahead and close public comment, open back up to our commission. Where do we stand on the issue at hand?
I think it's
I'll make a
obvious.
motion. Oh, go ahead.
You know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. Make a motion to approve the denial. Wait,
No, you have to vote in the affirmative.
You would make
You
a
almost got
motion
it.
to approve the
side.
variance for trees, and then a no vote on that motion.
You have to vote in the affirmative.
Variance.
Motion's in the affirmative and then
Right.
you vote yes or no on the motion.
Right.
So
Okay.
you move,
Yeah,
you
that
move to
helps.
bring it to a vote and then it's a yes or a no.
Yes.
Excellent, Steve.
I'd like to do that.
So
So
you
there,
made the motion to approve the variance for the street trees, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I wrote.
That's what you, okay, perfect. All right. You got it.
Okay.
You do the next one too.
And then
Or just do
We'll
one
go
at a
ahead
time,
and-
one at a time.
one
We're
at a
doing the
time.
trees right now.
vote on
So
this sidewalk.
Trees.
or, excuse me, on the tree
Yeah,
variance.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the motion?
Jesse Koppel,
For the trees?
For the trees.
This one's for the
to
trees.
approve the variance for the trees.
Which means if you vote yes,
Yes.
then they will not put the trees in.
Right.
Yeah, I do that.
Thank you, Steve. If you vote yes, they will not put the trees in.
Correct.
Yes.
So you voted yes. Is that yes?
So I vote, all right, I was confused. I'm gonna change my vote to no. Sorry.
Chairman Green,
No.
Walter Rob,
No.
Ben Lee,
No.
Steve Dyer.
No.
Okay. So on that, the trees will be going in. And now we will have is there a motion on the sidewalks?
No.
Come on. It gets better.
I will defer to our team on the right on the motion for the sidewalks.
You got it, Steve.
I don't have this.
Make a motion to
Motion's in
approve
the
the,
affirmative. Motion's in the affirmative.
So
Make a
the
motion to-
motion to
approve the sidewalk.
approve the sidewalk variance.
There you go.
Steve's making it. I'll second it.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Steve made it, I seconded it, yep.
All right.
So before anybody votes, let's explain this.
To approve the variance means they would not put in the sidewalk.
Right. So with that, I will,
Yes means they're not putting in the sidewalk.
right. So with that, I will vote yes.
Okay.
Well, she didn't call you yet, did she?
She did.
Oh,
I started to, yeah.
Sorry.
Walter Rob,
Yes.
Ben Lee,
Yes.
Steve Dyer,
Yes.
Jesse Koppel.
yes.
Okay. Yes on the trees, no on the sidewalk.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody.
There's mud, right?
Okay.
No one walks out of here clean.
Nobody walks out here. Okay. Before we get into what I presume is the meat of our meeting here, is there any call for a recess? Mayor, if there, is there any appetite for a brief recess?
We can take 2 minutes. Is that what you're asking
Okay.
for?
That's what I'm asking for. Does
Yeah.
anybody want it? I am gonna sit right here because I'm not mobile. But
Yeah, let's take a little recess.
I want to give
2
everybody a
minute-
chance.
I'll make a motion
All
for a
right.
2-minute recess.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. 2 minutes. You're on the clock.
I remember the tour, but I don't remember the details.
All right. Hopefully, everybody took advantage of the brief recess. We will proceed to the meat of our meeting here now. So, wait for Trevor to sit down. And I think that's all of our staff is ready. Teresa, are you ready?
Right.
Okay.
Ready's a funny word.
All right. We will bring our session back in. Is that sufficient?
That's fine.
We'll return to session.
Regular session, sure.
Yep. All right. So we will go ahead with tabled application Z-23-175 zoning map amendment and preliminary development plan. Is there a motion to bring this off the table for discussion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we will go ahead and bring that off the table. Was that correct per our legal team? All right, we'll have our applicant come up. Sean's laughing down there, so I'm like, what did I do wrong?
No, you're fine. My wife sent me a picture.
Okay,
It's not great with technology, so she.
we're gonna stick to procedure.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good to be before you again this evening. My name is Aaron Underhill. I'm with Underhill and Hodge in Albany. I'm an attorney for the Johnstown Land Company, which is an affiliate of the New Albany Company. So here we are again. I know that last time we walked you through a number of changes that were going to be made to the text, and pretty immediately thereafter, following that meeting, we did make those changes, provided those to you in a red line form. We also went over in some great detail at the last meeting, a number of your questions and comments, and it's our hope that we've addressed them to your satisfaction, or at least addressed them in some form. One of my favorite sayings in my work life is, when all is said and done, sometimes more is said than done. In this instance, I believe there's been a lot said, but there's been a lot more done. And from our perspective, we learned a lot throughout this process. We have listened intently to during your planning framework. I know that Intel dropping on your doorstep and having to react immediately has been quite a stir for the community. Ultimately, we believe it will be a great thing, and this development will be a great thing, especially economically for the community. And so we have tried our best and our darndest to engage with various stakeholders throughout the process, including Sean and your staff, MKSK, Mr. Boggs over here. All of them have been fabulous in terms of being available to us and getting your input back to us. We've engaged with other stakeholders in the community, both formally and informally, including members of the Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, we've engaged with the mayor and council members and introduced the project to them and taken their feedback into consideration. In particular, some of the mayor's comments to us prompted us to make some of these latest changes, and we responded via a letter at the last meeting that we shared with you. And of course, we have really appreciated the back and forth with all of you and your very reasoned and educated questions. And so we're here tonight to sort of recap everything. I don't think there's a need for me to spend a half an hour up here doing all of that. I think I want to recap that, we've basically presented you with a site that is over 70% commercial in nature, which is great for the tax base of the city, income tax wise, also good for the school district tax base. We've engaged with the school district to identify any concerns that they may have. While I'm not here to say whether they're supportive or not, I will say that we continue to engage with them, and we have made great strides, I think, to satisfy them in terms of limiting the number of 3-bedroom units that would be within the multifamily portion of the project. We have limited occupancy, as I've said in quite a few occasions here. Fair housing laws dictate some of the things we can do, but we've also lowered the minimum square footage requirement for a multifamily unit in this development as compared to what your code would require otherwise, which is in some instances more than half the size. So we think that that's going to be important here. And we have made a commitment to 50 acre, we cannot build any of the multifamily until 50 acres of major economic development ground in sub-area 1 or 2 is sold to a third party. So here again, we've tried our best to make sure that, you know, the lead story here isn't the multifamily, it's the significant economic development projects that we believe are right to come along here, right across the street from Intel. And it is our hope that, you know, benefits that, by the way, have been enjoyed by the school district because a lot of the business park in New Albany and the Licking County area is within the Johnstown School District. We recognize that those benefits are not accruing to the city proper, and this is an opportunity to improve the economic welfare of both of those governmental entities. I did want to take a quick shot at talking about parkland. I know that's been, let's see if this thing will catch up with me. I'm having a hard time reading this, but we took this directly from your code. You'll see that in an instance or two, there's a deletion. I think that's just the version of the code I had up there on the title. It crosses out open space. I think that was the version of the adopted portion of the code that I had. But I wanted to point out that we are beholden to the code here, and we are not asking to override anything with respect to parkland and open space. So if you see on the left-hand side there, the highlighted portion, it says that an applicant shall be required, it is not a maybe, it is shall be, to dedicate to the city 1,500 square feet of land area to be used as parkland. That's for every multifamily unit that would be developed. On the right-hand side, it talks about how parkland dedications may be waived. That's permissive, that's not a as of right. When city council has adopted a resolution for a particular applicant to accept payment in lieu of fees. And it further says city council may accept the payment in lieu if certain criteria are met. It doesn't say they have to. So here's what to those of you who are concerned that somehow the payment of the fee in lieu is the default here, the truth of the matter is that's on the city to decide. We can propose anything we want, but the baseline starting point for us is when we come in with a plan, we've got to demonstrate to you that we're giving you the parkland, and if we don't, we've heard you loudly and clearly, we need to have a good reason why we're not doing it. So here again, that's code. That's not something we made up, but something we're having to live by, and I wanted to emphasize that this evening. You know, I think we've gone to great lengths to, this is not a criticism, just an observation that, you know, we all would admit that your zoning code is lacking in terms of being updated in some period of time. It certainly wasn't quite prepared to handle a project like this, but we've done our best to create significant architectural standards with examples of the type of character and quality we're trying to meet with each phase of the project and each portion. And that is one of the reasons why your zoning text is, I think, 81 pages long now when it's the clean version. So we've also recognized that connections and paths, leisure trails are important to the community. I wanted to point out again that on all of the major thoroughfares that border us, we have committed to install a leisure path, paved leisure path. We understand that we cannot solve the problem going off of our site, but we will provide stub connections where we can, and we have committed to the mayor and others in that letter I provided you to sit down and to even incur some of the costs of your consultants in order to start the framework and see it through to have a pedestrian path leisure trail plan that is community-wide. So we deem the ability to connect to other parts of town, most notably your downtown, to be extremely important, and that's an amenity to us too, so we're committed to doing that. The last thing I wanted to point out was the new community authority charge that we've committed to, and we continue to speak with or work with council and your legal counsel to, city council and legal counsel, to formulate those documents. And if you'll recall, as I mentioned in previous meetings, that millage charge, we're proposing at 9.75 mils, and it will be applicable throughout the project and only to property owners within this district. It's simply a voluntary tax assessment that we're devoting towards to the city as it's collected to pay for infrastructure and to, go out and pay for any debt service that maybe need to pay for things like streets and utilities, et cetera, that are essentially off-site from this project. So in terms of development paying its own way, you'll be surprised when we're sitting here 5, 6 years from now, we've got some money being collected from that, how much it really means to the community, and so that's a big positive. So with that all said, this is our 4th meeting here. You have a lot of information in front of you, but for us, I guess it's Halloween month, the witching hour is upon us, and we would like you to vote this evening. We request your support. You might ask me why it needs to be tonight. Well, tonight, we sit here and we have been patiently awaiting all of the planning efforts that have been going on both in this community and outside of it. And we're reaching a point in the cycle with the users that are attracted by Intel that they are looking in various places for where they're going to locate. And at some point they had to fish or cut bait. And we are at a point now where we think we really need to move this forward so that in the next 30, 45 days, we can have an approval and we can market sites and bring, hope to soon make an announcement, if that were to resolve, maybe soon thereafter make an announcement about something that could be coming. We don't have anything now, but kind of the proof's in the pudding. When you look at your code and someone comes to us now, they say, well, where are we going to be able to put our project? And certain things like data centers aren't even mentioned in your code. So having this in place is going to be extremely critical in terms of attracting those sorts of users, and I think the ones that are going to be the most impactful to the city of Johnstown. So with all of that, I'm going to sit back and take your questions, and Tom Ruby and Jamie McNally, who have been with me here all throughout this project, are with me, and we'll tag team your questions. And we certainly appreciate the effort and time you put into this. I know as a commissioner, Mr. Green's a council member as well, but you're volunteering your time. This is a lot of volunteer effort on your part. It's much appreciated, and it's not lost on us, so thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and turn over to our commissioners for any questions and follow-up. Then we will go, from there, we will go to public comment, and I'll give our applicant a chance to speak after that.
I have several items, but I don't necessarily need to go first.
Just go first, Ben.
Okay. We've got 10 callouts with the zoning text. Some of the items that were brought up last time were not corrected in the updated version. If you go to page 5, and item A2, the veterinary services call-out was not clarified from last time.
Where are you on that?
Page 5.
Page 5,
Page 5.
Is this the clean or the marked version?
Mark. The red line. And thank you for providing the red line version, by the way, made it a lot easier to.
I'm working on the clean one, so
Do you want a copy of the red line?
you have it.
There is one in that printed version right there, if that'll help you.
Ben, what is your call out on that?
Thanks.
Previously, I brought up there was confusion around the veterinary services and veterinary medical services and the definition because it seems to contradict.
Yeah.
The page numbers are different, so yeah, the red line version is.
Well, to the extent that that was not addressed, I mean, I think all we're trying to, we just want a typical veterinary office use is all, so that's the intent, and, you need me to make a suggestion on the language change, I can do so, but I can commit to that tonight.
Yeah, and some of these, and I just, from a contextual standpoint, I'm not trying to be argumentative, in no way I'm trying to nitpick. But the truth of it is that this is a zoning district that was adopted less than a year ago. This is the first application that's being applied toward the zoning district that was adopted less than a year ago. We've been talking about this for several weeks at this point, totally granted. But it definitely goes under the microscope when it's the first one.
Sure.
And albeit this is a recommendation from zoning to council, and council has the ability to do what they want. But it's, the preliminary piece is detailed for a reason. I want to make sure that if there's items to hash out, in my opinion, that we try and hash those out here. So again, I don't want you to take this as criticism, or,
Sure.
I'm trying to make sure that at the end of the day, whenever it's voted on, that it's the most complete it can be going on to the next phase. So,
As we've seen historically in the preliminary, if you don't get it in the preliminary, it's probably not gonna be there in the final. So
Absolutely.
we wanna make sure that we get this stage of it right.
So, so could you read to me the portion that's problematic again? I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. Item 2, such as but not limited to medical services, but excluding veterinary services, mental health services, veterinary medical services, excluding daycare and overnight boarding. It's just, it seems,
So this excludes veterinary services, and then the
and
next
then it
thing.
includes
two lines
veterinary
Yeah.
later,
medical
it
services.
Let's clean that up.
So we can get rid of the first but excluding veterinary medical services. I think the intent was to distinguish between human and, that they're two separate things, but,
Yeah.
so, well, that first parenthetical will just delete.
Okay. Okay. Pages 5 and 9, there's still a disconnect between multifamily and multifamily residential in the nomenclature. I think it's 9, maybe it's not 9. But one says
I was gonna say
MF, the other
5, it
says-
has it on 5, yeah,
The other says MFR.
right. I don't know if we have an overhead map of, I don't know if we have that available, an overhead map of this space. That may, that will probably help later on, if we have that available.
So the reference throughout should be MFR, right?
Oh, 10, it's page 5 and page 10.
That's my
It's whatever you would want it to be, as long as it's consistent throughout the document.
MFR.
Is it MFR?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Trying to catch them all and I didn't.
so we're just changing what is on page 5. Okay,
So you wanna change that to multifamily in,
Just the MFR.
I think that's in the chart, is that right? It should be MFR.
yeah,
Correct.
and that will confine multifamily to 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
And then you said page 9,
it's page 10,
and
J at the top.
So with the change on page 5, that rectifies page 10, right?
Correct, yep. Also on page 10, we talked about it, and I think this may be deficiency in the conversation we had at the last meeting. We talked about section 2.4, similar uses. If there is a request for a similar use, right now, this section just has the zoning inspector as the only officer that is making that determination. And I think as a check to ensure that either a member of council or an appointed member of the commission, zoning commission, also sign off on any similar use determination, just for this section, maybe just for now. Just a thought.
so yeah, I had the same I had a similar question, sending this to the zoning inspector. I think I would want it to be higher up the chain.
We talked about that last time.
Yeah,
I'm not sure we had a consensus, but
Right.
you tell us.
Yeah.
yeah,
I think that's not unusual.
I think I want more gravity there. However that shakes out, we can discuss that, but I think nothing against Terry, it's just a,
No, it's the
So it's
position.
Terry.
yeah, it's
and
nothing
someone else.
against the position at all. I just feel like this is needs a little more gravity.
You could,
If I may, I would recommend deferring to the city manager or their designee. They
Yep.
can send it to the board, they can send it to a
Yep.
different staff member, the city manager will be here, but positions come and go.
Yep, I
Okay,
agree.
I like that.
I'm good with that.
So take it from zoning inspector and change it to city manager or designee.
And I would recommend that throughout the document, anytime a position is referenced.
For the zoning inspector.
Any position, it should.
Yeah, if we're gonna do a position, it should be manager or designee. I mean, if it's gonna be one position, I think most
Or shall
decisions,
defer to the board.
yeah, I think most decisions should be the board or council. But
So
if we're
you-
going to designate an employee, yes, for
So
sure.
are you
manager.
taking away the
Yeah.
second level of review then?
Yeah.
Just leave it to Sean.
No, it goes to the city manager, or the city manager can designate that similar use
Yeah, but he's saying
approval to whomever they
it's just higher up
determine.
the chain though.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I mean, we're getting a chance, council and zoning are gonna review the plan first, and then any judgment calls that have to be made during the process are gonna be made by staff. So I think that's fine.
Okay.
also on page 10, parkland and open spaces. Again, just clarifying.
That's gonna be a conversation there, so let's,
Well, this is just a verbiage for the last sentence. It says examples of such activities, and then it talks about the spaces the activities are used on. So I would just say examples of such areas for activities. And again, talking about semantics potentially, but if it's challenged in any way, shape, or form, at the end of the day, I want to make sure it's accurate.
right,
So that's page 10, section L.
What was your recommendation, Chairman?
To change it to examples of areas for such activities, instead of such activities, and then you list the areas, that's all.
yeah, and does that work, Thad? Or are we painting ourselves in a corner or obligating ourselves to anything odd?
I'm thinking of, rather than saying examples of such activities, just saying examples of amenities,
Sure.
because you have, physical areas like ball fields, playgrounds, et cetera, and then you end up with festivals, which
Right.
has elements of physical space as well as an activity. So I think if we change activities to just say examples of amenities, that addresses it.
I think that's fine.
Page 12, section III. That is the only area where the number 2 is a number instead of II. So again, I was a little confused trying to find where it was, but just change the 2 to II. That's it.
Okay.
And in that, we want to clarify, so the total number of multifamily units is going to be 900, correct?
Correct, unless unless the benchmarks we have detailed in here are met after 4 years pass.
I think that's something we might want to discuss later on in the document.
Page 16, in that area that we just referenced, talking about qualified units, I believe further on in the document, it talks about all thresholds, but here it says that several thresholds. So my suggestion would be to change several to all. Page 19. There's a picture of the previous unit bank, 471 units, and the current unit bank, 321 units. Is there a reason why both pictures are included?
One, just when it's shown stricken in the red line, it doesn't come out.
Oh, I did not see that red line.
The red line's at the very bottom, Word does it, it's
I
just a
see.
software issue, yeah.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you. Page 47.
Hang on, before we get that far, does anybody have anything before 47? So I know, at least for me, page 21 is the next thing I have. 21, there, V, under 5.4. So meter boxes, utility conduits, things like that. I know that was something that was brought up recently. And safety of service, do we have a consensus on how we're gonna move forward? And we should probably have something in this document to stop that from coming up later.
Let's see, page 21 specifically, which section, I'm sorry?
Is it V?
Well, and then this might not be the section to do this, but I know we're talking about meter boxes in this document. I know that was something that came up recently.
Okay.
Do we have a consensus on how we're gonna move forward with that, or is that something that we should outline
Not yet.
before?
Something I'll
Okay.
probably draft together.
I wanna make sure that's captured in this document before it's all said and done. That's how we're gonna do those meter boxes, because that's a big component for everybody.
In terms of screening or location or?
So all the above. I think how we're gonna do the meter boxes and how we're going to capture, hookups and all those things.
Sure. Are you referring to?
Water.
Actual transformers or just like?
No, I'm talking about water. It was a conversation that came up recently,
Okay.
with council, and it's happened in other projects before. The city, that's something we're trying to get a consensus on. I'm not saying we have to fix it right here. I'm just saying in the document somewhere before the end of it,
Aaron,
I'd
correct-
like to outline that.
Sure, correct me if I'm wrong, though, all utilities are, except for like major electrical transmission line, are required to be buried as part of this PD text.
Well, yes, everything's gonna be buried, but I'm talking about meter boxes when we get into different units and things like that. That's a conversation that we'll have to.
Yeah, and.
This section, it just made me think of it as we were going through here,
A
so.
lot of those meter boxes we will certainly do our best to accommodate whatever the city's looking for. If it's
Okay.
screening, location, meter boxes, transformers, pedestals are controlled by utility companies that oftentimes are very difficult.
Other than the water.
For developers.
Mostly, I think we're on water.
So whatever we can do to work with the city as it relates to direction on that
Okay.
and going to them to try to impact those to the extent possible, we look forward to doing with that.
Okay.
Chairman Green, was the context that it came up previously about like access to the meter boxes or?
All the above there, so the water specifically.
Sure.
So access, form and function, the type that we're gonna use, all the above. So we've had that issue on other projects. I wanna make sure things were defined here, just so that we didn't have that problem going forward.
I think, one way to address that issue would be.
And this might not be the time or
Generally-
place to do it. I just wanted to capture that it's something we need to figure out.
Certainly in terms of like location on a building and screening, which is what this drives at, zoning text and development standards would be where to do that.
Right.
In terms of type of meter box, location in terms of, or not even location, but
Right.
it's accessibility to people to come in and read it, we could do through utilities.
Here, we're talking about screening in this section, and I realize that. I just wanted to make sure it was a conversation that was on the radar and that we were gonna have before the end of this.
Yeah, I think I understand what Chairman Green is going after. We had a long conversation in safety service in relation to water meters and in doing, kind of a hookup at the road versus in-ground pit versus something inside the facility or a meter bank. But I don't want to unpack too much of that here, but I'll make a note and we'll need to connect on that. We'll work with that.
How we decide to do it
Yep.
will affect the screening and how the screening has to play out, though, which is why I brought it up here.
Yeah.
Because if you do one type versus another, you'll have a different way that you have to do
If you
it.
guys do that, it'll be codified somehow it'll be adopted by council or something, right?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, so I'd say in that instance, if we can't meet this requirement as part of the final development plan, we'd ask for a variance to address it in another way, because that's impossible based on the law that's passed.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's called out so that we're,
Yep.
okay. Anything that anyone has before page 47? I know that, because 47 was your next one, Ben?
Yep.
Okay. Next one I have is page 28. So they're on 5.5I, where you have to define the road, 5.5I. Thank you. So we have a new road that will be coming through there. I just want to make sure there's a definition of the road to come through there.
Okay.
So it says it'll run northward.
Yeah, you wanna be like a defined term,
I wanna have a definition of that road and,
we call it the sub-area 5 street.
When you mean definition, do you mean like a cross-section?
how it's gonna, we've listed the other roads that are in here, and as far as the length and measurements and things like that, where they're gonna run to, and I just wanna make sure we're capturing that in there. The next thing I have on there is a little further down. So when it says a full turn movement,
Do you wanna talk about that call out, or?
or we can talk about that. So we're defining, sorry, did I go too fast for you? So, trying to be efficient. So defining a road, when I was going through here, it just says via a new public street that will run northward through sub-area 5. Do we need more definition on a road than that to make sure where this road is headed?
What are you comparing it to where you said it was defined in other areas?
So just with other roads that are defined further down, and maybe it made more sense when I was reading it before, but,
Think of the names.
so we have other roads that are named, it talks about where they're going. Maybe we don't, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it just seemed like a short blurb in there about a new street that we're creating, so.
Yeah, and maybe we call
Maybe we
it
don't.
the new sub-area 5 street.
Maybe we don't, so I wanted to make sure that we were talking about it. So 2 down from there, where it talks about full turn movement, so when you're talking about maximum of 2 full turn movement access points, what are we talking about full turn movement?
That means the ability to turn left or right out
That's
of
what,
the intersection.
okay, I just wanted to make sure on that, because I see that referenced in here a lot. So the next thing that we talk about in here, in number 4, it talks about additional full or restricted turn movement access points may be permitted. What is our permit process like that? Will that just come through us, or will that be through the CODA?
Are you talking about modifications to subsection 5, or sorry, subsection 4?
Yeah,
That the way this is written, an approved amendment or an addendum to the zoning text would go back through the process.
it'll go back through. I just wanted to make sure that we outline the process for approval. On that, 29, I have, so traffic study on Duncan Plain and north of Mink Road there. So it says, nothing in this section will require an owner or developer of real property within this PD district to design or construct improvements to or pay the cost of any improvements or modifications to the aforementioned streets, except as provided in the next paragraph. I wanted to make sure that we're requiring traffic studies in there. I know that it's defined in there that the TID, New Albany Company in the state, it says it leaves them on the hook for a lot of these projects. I want to make sure that if these roads are being done and something falls through the cracks, that we're not necessarily having to pay for
Right.
turn lanes and things like that.
Right, so I think this question came up before, and it's a very good one, and it's valid. We will be required anytime we are attempting to have a new access point to Duncan Plains or any of the streets on our perimeter to do a traffic study and, or an analysis, as I defined it in here. And what I would say is, if we get to a point where we're out ahead of like what the TID is doing, then we've all got a decision to make. Nothing would compel, we can't compel the city to spend money until the council appropriates it. We'd have to make a decision then at our point, if they're not there, if we're gonna somehow front the money or just pay for that larger improvement. And likelihood is, in that case, we would just delay our start until that were to happen. But at that point, you'd be looking at us and saying, you pay for it, and we'd say, no, you pay for it, and we both may say, no, we're gonna wait it out. But the intent here was to understand that some of these improvements are being undertaken by the city of New Albany. We believe the TID is going to do the others. But to the extent that something within our development internally causes the need for an additional turn lane or something that wouldn't be installed or contemplated by those groups, then that would be on us.
Okay.
So will we be doing traffic analysis per site development?
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we didn't reach a choke point or an impasse or something in this without having a definition. So, and I know that there's multiple points in here where we want to capture that, so as I see them, I just call them out. Because I'd rather outline it now than when we get to that level and we sit there pointing fingers and the project doesn't get done.
But when you say when you say that will be on us, you're selling these parcels though, you're not developing themselves.
Yeah, but I think, well,
Yeah, a couple of things. Yes, we're selling the parcels, but inevitably, look, we started this conversation 4 or 5 meetings ago. Our hope is to create a relationship with you in the city of Johnstown. We're not going anywhere. We will be with these future applicants hand in hand as we come forward with development plans for folks to respond to. Traffic is a big issue. There are lots of folks involved, as we're all acutely aware. The other scenario that I think is worth noting, one is who is paying for the roadway improvements. The other is the traffic analysis may end up saying, look, you have to make the following improvements to an intersection or road widening or new north-south roads, as we mentioned before. If we're not able to come to some kind of agreement, then perhaps that plan changes,
Yeah.
right? One scenario is there are modifications made to the road network. The other scenario is the plan changes, the density, the size of the building, the projected number of employees. There are a whole series of ways to address it that are not limited to widening and improving roads, but rather modifying a plan consistent with this community's vision.
So you would make the traffic analysis a part of the agreement that you would have, in selling the parcel who's developing?
Yeah, anecdotally, look, a end user is not going to purchase a piece of ground from us if there are
They can't make it work,
unresolved
yeah.
issues of significant magnitude, like can the road handle?
Right.
Right.
So, yes.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions on that? Next one I have is on 31, on B. So where it talks about the mounding, drainage off the mounds. On that, I want to make sure that if we have a residential property, an already existing property that's there, the mounding is created, the trees go in, everything like that. I want to make sure that we're not flooding that person's basement or their property, their backyard, anything like that. So how does drainage work off of that? I think we need some definition on drainage there.
So, yes, a master grading plan has to be established that the city engineer, city staff will have to evaluate. That typically happens prior to a development plan coming to this board, to this commission, so that those details, significant details,
Right.
that those details are captured and resolved to everyone's satisfaction before it comes to this board. So yes, master grading that deals with not only stormwater management, but drainage, but stormwater basins, water quality requirements, all of those other issues.
Right.
Wetland preservation. All of those items need to be addressed through that process prior to it coming even to this commission.
Okay, so we do have a defined process, and that's going to be something that we look at, because I want to make sure we're not, when you build a 6-foot mountain where there hasn't been one before, you're talking about a lot of water displacement, so.
Sure, we currently in our code, I'll reference 1197, 1198, and 1199. Title 13, as Ben likes to refer to, kind of checks the boxes on a lot of that engineering that has to take place, and it basically calculates all the water, rainwater that could be associated with a particular parcel, and it doesn't matter if it's on the last foot of the parcel or in the very center of it. It all has to be calculated and engineered and submitted through the proper channels, through the engineering department, to make sure that it's all accounted for, so that it's not given to the neighbor, and that we also don't release water at a rate that's inconsistent with what it's currently being released at. So under those provisions of our current ordinances, we should be good.
Essentially,
Okay.
each site has to contain and manage its own stormwater.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see it captured in that section, so I wanted to make sure if we needed to define it in that section, or if there was an overarching.
Some crossover between, some things are subdivision regulations, some are zoning, so we left
Okay.
it out because we reverted to your code.
Okay.
But back to your point, just to reiterate, many times if we're adjacent to an existing single-family home or residential property, the expectation, in fact, the requirement, is mounding, minimum 6 feet in height, with
Yeah.
screening, and all these things that will fold into creating a site plan and formula that handles the stormwater.
Okay. My next question on that was about the 6 feet high. So is that kind of industry standard, or where does the 6 feet come from?
It is.
Okay.
Again, one of the things, and what you will see from us as we go down this path, inevitably, there will be a development. It will be next to a residential home. That property owner will come here. They'll express concerns and issues that are very specific to views from bedrooms and kitchens and the like. A 6-foot-high mound is a fairly typical industry standard. I think you need a minimum expectation in your zoning text today. But what you will see from us, what you will see from Jamie and me and Aaron, is we will meet with that property owner and say, do you want it to be 8 feet? Do you want it to be 4 feet? Are there a stand of trees you're trying to protect? What are the unique qualities to your property, neighbor of ours, that need to be taken into account to give you the screening and you know, doing the responsible
Right.
thing?
I hope
Right.
that happens. Usually what happens is they catch up with me at Kroger and they ask me, why do I have this mound in my backyard? So I hope that happens. That sounds great.
That's the way I have operated throughout my career. I
Okay.
work, so that is a minimum expectation, and you have my commitment, our commitment, that that's how we will handle these projects moving forward.
Okay. Are there any other questions on that? Before we get to, we're still going to 47. So street trees, my next one on 33, as we learned tonight, it's 25 feet. That's what I thought. It was something similar to this. We're at 30 feet here. So I think that's pretty close. Is everybody good with 30 feet, or would you like to stay consistent with the city code currently and go to 25?
I think that's a good call.
I'm good with 30.
The industry standard generally is 30 feet. No, I mean, if the applicant's willing to go to 25, that's fine.
But
Yeah.
willing to go to 25, 30 feet is not an arbitrary number.
It's not.
It's a recommendation typically from arborists,
what it is
based
in my
on
house.
large shade trees.
30.
Yes.
And it was,
You get better coverage and better canopy out of trees that actually are spread a little further apart if they're the right species put in.
Yeah.
5 foot on a long strand, you could be talking about several trees is why I asked. So it's up to you guys if you want to talk about that. And then further down that page, I see, and I've seen this a couple places in here, anywhere it says 5 foot sidewalk, do we just change that to ADA compliant sidewalk?
That's a fair call.
And I've seen that several places in here, so if you guys could scan the document for that and
I
just,
guess what I would also say is we can't skirt federal law at the local level, so we have to do it anyway. whether
that's,
they say it or
that's
not.
usually, we call this out for everybody that comes
Yeah,
through,
We're
so.
happy to do it, but
Yeah,
just,
we want to stay, and, you know, and this is a 10, 20-year build-out or whatever it ends up being. That could be a 7 foot sidewalk by the time you fully build this out, so that's why we just go with ADA compliant.
Okay.
On-site tree plantings, that's gonna be throughout the document. Something that I mentioned earlier, and something a resident called out, pollinator areas. If we can add those onto the tree plantings, add pollinator areas, you know, where it makes sense. If that's something we could add into here, I think that'd be a great thing to do.
I guess, Trevor, if someone can describe. to me what
This
that-
is something new. So it's something the state does too. So there will be areas where it may be green space,
Yes.
and you have kind of like a CRP or a pollinator type garden. The zoo does this. I've seen this in state parks and things like that. You're going to add a space with, you know, you're going to have some wildflowers. There are mechanisms to this. I'm sure it'd be something that you could look up.
I think those are the types of details, we're not opposed to that. I think that's a.
If I don't call them out here, they probably won't get called out later on down the list. So that's why you're hearing them here.
I would hope, I would expect that, again, as we come back with specific projects,
Mm-hmm.
those that have open spaces, those that have parkland, whether it's private parkland or public parkland, that those types of items are going to be requested, right? That there's something for us to respond to. To have we can certainly mention it or call it out.
If I don't call it out here, it probably won't get called out later. So
Is it sufficient for it to be in the minutes of the meeting? And
it's fine.
you can say, I told you so?
it's up to the homeowner to come in.
Well, to the property owner.
Yeah, the property.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I can
we're
speak
requiring
even on
trees.
Bermuda, I can
We're
speak-
requiring trees, so if you require green space, it all goes under the same umbrella.
I'm just trying to understand when we talk
Right.
about pollinator, I don't know what that means without responding to a specific project. The size
gotcha.
of it, the location, the topography.
You have a stand of,
plant material.
you have a stand of brush material, you know, wildflowers, native habitat.
They don't have to be overly large. There is an exhibit that generally goes on at the state fair that is an area that's probably, I don't know, 1/10 of an acre maybe. That they use it as an example pollinator habitat, but generally it's basically grasses, natural flowers, things like that that
Right.
vary between like chest and over your head height, and it's basically just unmaintained, but it has the plant materials and species that allow for bees and other pollinators to really thrive there, so. I
They're
would see
becoming
that
more
in-
prevalent in the state, because you see them on freeway,
They
you know,
can.
freeway overpasses,
I
you're
would
seeing them in the
generally
medians.
see these in areas that are just designated for just open space or
Yeah.
passive recreation, just so that you don't have interaction between, you know, potentially insects that could sting you and, you know, active recreation, things like that. But it's not uncommon, to Chairman Green's point, to have those in newer development.
So perhaps what we can do then is call that out, that those types of facilities.
We call out in here, I mean, we call out tree plantings, we call out street trees, we call out, you know, tree preservation areas. So it's not, it didn't seem crazy to me to call something like this out in here, maybe it is.
No.
But if I didn't say it now, it's not gonna get said later, so something I,
Can we say something to the extent that sort of planting should be encouraged? And we don't know where it'll be.
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't want that if I were living next to this thing right now.
well, they maintain them, they mow them periodically and things like that. I mean, it's not gonna be a wild underbrush, uncontrolled, so.
So are you guys, are they required under this thing to meet the same tree code requirements that we have in the rest of the?
Well, as you saw, they're not 100% exactly like our tree, and this was something I mentioned earlier. They're not exactly 100% like our tree ordinances, but they are very similar. They are,
If it's
they do
mentioned in
have,
here,
Yes.
it supersedes the code.
Yes.
If
Yes.
it's not mentioned in here, our code takes the precedence.
Correct.
Which is
Right.
with the reference to, was it stormwater?
the popularity of PUDs and PD districts is it allows for creativity.
That's why the measurements, street trees, setbacks, and things like
Right.
that are defined. This is essentially a subsection of our code for this particular area.
So we haven't really talked about that, the differences between this one and ours. Are they minor? Then they're pretty minor. I don't know the tree code as well as you guys, I guess. but-
They're not that different. Now, I will tell you, like tree preservation versus our normal code, this is much easier to deal with than the current replacement structure that we have on the books. Moving on from that, so I think it's sufficient to say that that should be in there where it makes sense. We will advocate for that. Anything else before page 36? 36 is my next one.
6
Well,
foot high.
We talked about in C there, mounds and screening. Well, didn't necessarily list it there, along 62. So, again, this might not be the place to do it, but I think along 62, we definitely want to preserve your historic drive into the city. So to come down 62 and see this massive project, if we can have some screening in there, I think that would be preferable to a lot of people. I know we have a setback of 100 feet in there. It doesn't list mounding and screening in there necessarily, and maybe I missed it somewhere else.
I think
But
the
this
call
calls out,
from last time is that there's about a 10-foot frontage on 62,
yeah,
and that is the drive back next to the water tower. And so the conversation was really, there wasn't much to talk about.
okay, and maybe that's the point then. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to preserve, you know, hey, like I said, this was the gateway project, and I said our gateways are 62 and 37, so I want to preserve the real
I
gateways.
think there was
You're
a,
right, it's a
Yeah.
small
Okay.
figure, yeah.
I mean, I think the commitment was if there
Today,
was
it's-
more 62 frontage that were to be a part of this, then that part would be
Yes.
reviewed as a part of how you would have that frontage.
Which would require this whole process again.
Correct.
Today it's 10 feet, but 5 years from now, it might be quarter mile.
Right.
So, all right, And then below that in D, the setbacks in there, I see some 15-foot setbacks, which are pretty short for most of what we have in this document. Is there any discussion on setbacks in those?
Well, this really
For the-
pertains,
Just building.
It's just in the area.
Right. I don't have a problem with those setbacks.
I'm just calling them out because I saw they were short. So
Yeah, I think
if anybody wants
Within
to,
we
Enterprise
talk about
Drive, I
that?
mean,
if anybody wants the
Enterprise Drive.
opportunity
Yeah.
to change them, here it is.
Enterprise Drive.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
keep them in there.
So 37 would be my next one for A there, where it says roof mounted equipment. I wanted to call out screening in that. It does say architectural screening elements, but I wanted to make sure any roof mounted equipment was screened.
I believe we deal with that elsewhere.
That's probably in the architecture, but I know our architectural section is kind of light on some of this. And again, meter boxes are mentioned for Sean further down there, and I listed that again in there. Meter boxes have come up on other projects, so I want to make sure we were doing it right this time.
Water.
And while we're on 37, or have we addressed your call out already on 37?
They're saying it's addressed in there, I just said I want screening on any roof mounted equipment.
Like an antenna or something, or? I think we
Usually
talked-
it's gonna be an air conditioner or something like that.
I think you talked before about putting a facade. putting-
Facade wall.
Yeah, putting
Right.
something
Yeah,
higher.
there are, the commitments in the zoning text are all rooftop mechanical units are screened.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are two ways of screening them. One is architecturally,
Mhm.
right, through a parapet as part of the wall.
Parapet.
The other is a separate screening wall would be installed around the perimeter of that rooftop mechanical unit. And they're screened both from the public right-of-way
Okay.
and from adjacent properties. So that's the commitment in the zoning text the way it exists today.
Okay.
At the bottom of 37 and 6, it again is talking about similar design materials and construction. Corrected it previously in the document, but not in this section about the nearest primary structure being on a commonly owned parcel or something to that effect. So it's,
Yeah. So I got it in one place but not another.
right, yep. Forget the color.
All right, anyone have anything before 39? So I think this is where 2 there on 39, where it talks about uninterrupted blank wall facades. That's where your call out was on architectural kind of screening for that. We want to break up, we don't want a lot of box buildings in there. So we want to break up those types of buildings where possible. And then the next I have there is an F. So it says, when CODA application is filed pertaining to sub-area 2B, the architecture of the building designs that are submitted as part thereof shall be approved if they are substantially similar in character to the quality of the images. Now so this type of paragraph occurs elsewhere in the document. Typically, you provide images and say, these are images that you might get, but not necessarily here. It is stating that if it looks similar to these images,
Yeah.
and then when you look at the images, you get large box structures.
You do. You do not get a long blank facade without any kind of articulation. This kind of goes back to the conversation we had several weeks ago where we talked a bit architecturally about what do we want Johnstown to look like. We want Johnstown to look like Johnstown.
Right.
Johnstown to feel like Johnstown. What exactly?
I just have a problem with, here are the pictures, here's what your buildings are gonna look like. I just would like some more latitude for the CODA to be able to take a look, in an architectural review process. Similar, that's how it is everywhere else in the document. This was the only one that I found where it said specifically, here are some items that you're gonna get if they're similar to this.
And
So.
what you're looking for is more latitude, so what you would like
So
to say.
the CODA would take a look at the building, more than likely, yes. I mean, because in that section, you're gonna get a data center or you're gonna get something like that, I understand, it's not lost on me architecturally, how do you take a building that large and make it look pretty? It's not always easy to do, but like you've said, through architecture and through screening and things like that, you can kind of do that. I want our team here to be able to look at this and say, okay, that's acceptable to us, just like it is in the rest of the document. More than likely, you're gonna approve it, because in a building that large, what are you gonna make it look like?
Yeah, so.
But I wanna have,
We could change the language to be consistent with what is applicable to subarea 2A, just make it the same language.
yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it says it in the other ones. So there are other points in this document where it lists buildings and examples, and it just says, here are options you may receive, but not limited to, you're not limited to these. So I just want to true it up with the rest of the document, so our hands aren't tied on something that we don't think is attractive.
Okay.
Well, your hands aren't, if you're leaving it more open, then there is no controls, right? So
Well, because right now it says, if they're substantially similar in character and quality to these images, then it'll be approved. So I want to be able to have us take a look at it.
Okay.
Is that good? Does everybody see where I'm at on that? I mean,
Can you clarify, you want this commission to be able to look?
no, just
Okay,
the
all right.
coda,
Okay.
just like it is in the rest of the document. Every other section where you show the examples, it says, here are some examples of what we're thinking about. You have the right to take a look at it and decide.
So
This
basically-
was the only one in the document I found where you didn't get that right, so I want to make sure we have that.
But basically, there are no architectural limitations in this whole plan except for that one, and you're taking the only one away, that.
Well,
architectural control.
it would tell you, so you wouldn't get the architectural control.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm
That
giving
limits
us,
it to- that
I'm
limits it
giving
to
us the
this.
ability to make a choice, or the coda, the ability to make a choice.
Okay.
Everybody see where I'm coming from on that one? Everybody good with it?
No, but I'm good with it.
No? No?
I'm not following, but okay. But I'm
So if you
alright.
look at other points, like further on in the document, right here.
Yeah, you can roll on with it. I gotta think, I'm not really concerned with that.
Okay, I was gonna say, page 49 is kind of the next one in here, where it says, you get a choice, basically. I just wanna make sure we're getting a choice. It's gonna be hard. I mean, what are you gonna make a data center look like, right? But I want us to have that choice. 41 there. Are we striking number 4 altogether?
I think that's just a formatting issue that hopefully I picked up on, in the clean version, just the way this red line works.
No, it carried through to the clean version as well. It's,
How did it read?
the paragraphs got all messed up.
Very well.
I think I answered my question earlier where it said,
What should be a B is now a 6
right,
in the middle of the page, so that whole section of formatting got filed out.
Yeah, so the substance didn't change. but you're
No,
right,
the
you're-
substance didn't change, it's just formatting.
yeah, I think I answered my question earlier too, where it said, what's the review process on that? Because it's talking about approving, access points. So I want to make sure that there's a permit process on there, so if a road pops up where we might not think a road works, we have approval on that.
Okay.
Next down there in 6, traffic analysis, where it lists or another relevant government entity. I want to make sure of who that is and that it's not us.
State?
So it just says the TID at the sole cost or expense or another relevant government entity. So that you're saying that's the state?
Well, here again, if it's a
'Cause we're-
city, you'd have to, I can't spend your money. We can't, so you'd have to agree to that, so
Okay.
it's all in your power. Could be you, but I doubt it.
And then going through this, so Ben, you're at 47. Anyone have anything before 47? Because that's the next thing that I had.
Page 47, 7.5A, I think, types of units, we said was 3 instead of 6.
Yeah, that was corrected earlier.
Yeah, in an earlier section.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed where you're at on that, Ben.
7.5A,
Okay, so you wanna go, sub area 3, okay. And then when we're talking about the gross, floor area on those, I know we had talked about the one bedrooms, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but it says 800, I thought we had talked about 600 square feet on those.
Not a max, a minimum.
Okay. Cause we have the minimum at 500, max is at 800.
Right.
2-bedroom, we start 650, and we go to 950. So 3-bedroom, you're at a 1,200 square foot unit.
They've scratched the maxes, so this doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, okay,
So just the minimums are set.
okay. I didn't have all that red ink for you when I printed this
Yeah,
out.
I know where you're going.
It's a lot of.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure the square footages were okay with everybody.
What's the new one, the new one say, let me see that, Walter. What page is that on?
So that is on 47.
page 47, I'll show you.
Everything in red
Got the
is
table.
scratched.
Yeah.
So they just give the minimums.
Did you have anything on that?
No,
No.
they just got the.
My next call is page 52.
Page 52.
So one bedroom is between 5 and
The maximum doesn't exist anymore. Just-
All right, you guys good with that?
8. I don't understand why we scratched the maximum.
We were trying to,
If they wanna make it bigger, then they can make it bigger.
But the whole,
That language has not been removed. There's a table in red that's all underlined. Red underlines are insertions into the code. So there's a minimum and a maximum for 1, 2,
Right.
and 3-bedroom
okay,
units.
that's what I thought. Okay.
yeah, so the maximum's 800, 950, and 1,200.
Good.
Yeah, so I just was asking if everybody's good with that.
Table's in, text is out,
Right,
or at least edited, just
right.
clarify.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, so anyone have anything before 52? I feel like I'm calling bingo here. Go ahead, Ben.
Page 52, item C. I think we talked about this last time. I thought we came to an agreement. Required side yard may serve as a front yard for individual dwellings in a group, provided its width is at least 25 feet. I don't like the idea of double counting open space.
I'm just thinking of a configuration where we're trying to not have a sea of parking in front of apartments, right? And so I was thinking of a scenario where you might have like a sort of a box scenario in the front. So there may be a situation where you have a little bit overlap from the front and the side, or maybe their corners are closer than, Trevor, you understand what I'm getting at?
I do. Yeah, I don't have a great way to explain it, but basically there may be certain situations where when an overall complex is laid out, you may have front doors of a building really facing what might be viewed as like a side yard. This is basically increasing that, correct me if I'm wrong, this is increasing that side yard setback to be at least 25 feet to give a little bit of additional breathing room between a front door and the side of another building. So that's basically in this scenario, a side yard would have to serve as a front yard to separate the buildings further than being able to be like 10 feet apart.
And what I'm trying to get at
Correct.
is not having a brick facade as a front yard for somebody.
We'll strike it.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
No, I'm following you too, yeah.
is that,
So we're just saying that a side yard may not serve as a
I
front
just-
yard.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I really was, if I may, can I approach you guys?
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
I was thinking of this sort of a scenario
Right.
where you might have, that, those things might be in
Yeah,
conflict.
and if that's the case, that's fine. If it's further down and it's, connecting, or it's perpendicular,
I mean,
that's
it's-
what I'm trying to avoid.
It's such a unique situation that maybe we just deal with it when a plan comes, and if you guys think it looks good at the time, you can grant us relief.
Yeah,
Sounds
that's a small variance
All right,
to
that's
ask
fine.
for later on.
So we'll get rid of it.
I mean, that example makes sense.
Yeah.
I see what you mean, though. I don't want to walk out and
Yeah.
that's all
putting-
you see when you put your lawn chairs out.
Trying to maximize open space, but also
Probably
make sure
can't have
that
lawn
your
chairs
front
there,
yard
but-
isn't a facade. But
Okay.
that example makes sense. The only other call out that I have is on 84.
Anyone have anything before 84?
On page 84, the pedestrian connectivity, thank you for adding this in as an additional 11.3. I appreciate that. I think in this case, my call out is going to be to remove the word strive to and say that each applicant shall identify and provide additional pedestrian routes within the development that will connect. And the reason why I say that is we're still talking about connectivity of this piece to the rest of Johnstown.
You're at 84 where?
11.3 toward the middle.
Okay.
Did I break it?
No, I was trying to print it a little more at you. so
Okay,
I don't
thank
mind
you.
seeing they can hear you very well.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that all right? Okay. All right. Those are the callouts that I have with the PD text. The only other questions that I have relate to the criteria for review.
Does anyone have anything else in the text? I know there were questions about parkland. I think we covered our density issues. There's questions about the parkland. Is that where you're headed with that?
No. It's on my list, but it's not the first one. The only question I'm going to ask before 1164.07, which is plan approval criteria, which is criteria that we go through with respect to preliminary zoning and this application within the district. Is there any other documentation or paperwork or anything like that to submit for review? Or is the updated document what we have?
That's it.
Okay. So in no particular order, if we look at 1164.07, and maybe this is a situation where we can put the criteria up for everybody to see as we're walking through this, because again, for those, as we walk through it, we have sets of criteria for different parts that we review to make sure that the review is objective and not necessarily subjective, but there's a list of items that we are answering and asking.
This
when
is
we're talking
in
about
your
approval.
code, in the actual code.
Yeah, I think it's codified
Oh,
as
we're able to get that up.
1165, but,
Well, better, Trevor, you want to grab it? Thank you.
and the printout's 1164, but I think it's codified as 1165.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe someday we'll get cool and we can like have two and switch it on. That'd be neat.
And 2 podiums. One for an applicant and one for a public question.
Could be.
That would be cool.
All right, so if I'm looking at a couple of these, it brings up kind of the same question. Number 6 talks about adequate utilities. We've got number 10 talks about the development being adequately serviced by existing or planned public improvements. A12E is not a part of this. Let's see, A2, A12, Oh. Utility agreement with the city, utility impact analysis. Basically, I'm asking about utilities. So we've got a map that was provided showing existing water, existing sanitary, proposed sanitary, which is nice because it shows a plan and a physical space on where the thought process that this could go. My question is how? I don't think that's been answered yet. So that would be my question globally, both to the applicant, to the city, with respect to, we can approve this, but how does it get serviced? And again, I understand that that's also a part of the annexation question, is the ability to the city to provide those services. But I don't know in detail that we've talked about that. I know it's a requirement with respect to that.
James is getting ready to jump up, so I'll let you go after. I'll let you go ahead, and then I'll fill in blanks if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, the utility is something that we've been putting a lot of time, money, and brain damage into as well to date. And Johnstown, as you know, one of the big assets of the city is the fact that Johnstown has its own water and wastewater treatment plants right now. The city is coming up on meeting its capacity in the near future with plans to expand. But basically what we're trying to work on with the city is be completely open book about what we anticipate from the market and absorption standpoint. Because right now, there's part of the PD is in the city, and we could sell those sites tomorrow and get going, and the city has capacity to service those sites right now. Now, we don't know exactly what end users would require, so what we need to do is, what we're working on is a phasing plan, and we're making high-level assumptions right now. One thing we're trying to do with the city is maximize gravity flows throughout the site so that we can minimize operational costs in the future, for example. And then there's other triggers that go along with that too, as we extend water service and demand goes up, making sure that the capacity of each treatment plant, I believe the city's in the process of making improvements to the treatment plant, the water plant, and the sanitary plant, with the long-term goal of building new facilities as well. So there's currently in Johnstown, the current picture, we can service part of the PD today. In the short term, we could service probably the entire PD based on our demand assumptions if the wastewater plant and both facilities get their improvements to the current plants. Knowing long-term, over time, Johnstown will likely have two new plants as well. That'll help determine, but yeah, so I guess there is a lot of effort and coordination that's going into our sanitary plant right now. We're taking our best guesses with what we know from institutional knowledge about demand based on different uses. Yesterday, for example, I got a request from One Columbus for a site. It was a 30 to 60 acre site for a company, a food manufacturing company. We received it yesterday. It was due today, but they wanted to spend $75 million and they were looking for a facility. We would love to, start getting Johnstown's hat in the ring in some of those applications. And when we get those applications, they will tell us exactly what their water demand is, their electrical demand, and their gas demand typically. Sometimes we don't know exactly who the client is, the brand name, but we know what their usage is. The good news is in the data center world right now, utilities are kind of shifting from I think Walt asked the question last time, there's a big paradigm shift right now where you're going from heavy water users to zero water users. And that's key because we could not bring a heavy water user data center to Johnstown today. Johnstown just doesn't have the capacity for it right now, along with other municipalities. But if we had a data center user that was just purely air cooled, where they only needed water for their sinks and bathrooms for employees, then that opens up to a whole new market too. So,
No.
I'm not sure. Is that yeah?
How often do you guys meet on this stuff?
So right now we're trying to meet bi-weekly with Jack Liggett, Sean, and Dave. We feel like we've spent the majority of the spring and the summer going through our utility plan, which we're happy to share with you. We don't have it today. But the utility plan, this spring and summer, we kind of, how do we design this in a way that, like I said, maximize our operational capacity as well, knowing that there's all these other thresholds, and Johnstown's been doing a lot of its own research, looking at aqua narita systems and other types of ways to improve the system. But, you know, we've also been designing without dollars in mind to date too. So we also got to figure out how to fund the improvements as well. And the new community authority is a key, will probably be a key tool in that toolbox.
And I think that's where some of the difficulty lies with me, is as a part of the submission requirements, it talks about a utility impact analysis, utility service plan, estimated demands for portable water and sanitary services, and all I have is a map showing orange and blue lines, but I don't have
Right.
that analysis as a part of the submission. So it's hard for me, I don't know how to answer that part of the criteria if I don't have anything substantial to review, because it services several of the questions within that section of the code.
Understood. I guess from the planning and zoning perspective, yeah, I don't know, I guess might be a question, but is this the appropriate body to go through the utilities?
Well, it says in there, that's one of the requirements.
It's one of the requirements.
Okay, yeah. Then, yeah, I mean, we're buttoning that study right now.
Truth of the matter is if you get this zoned, and if the utilities aren't there, we can only build what the utilities will allow us to do, so it's gonna be sort of self-regulating. But we do know that there's a way to do it. That's the first part, is not, it's you gotta solve it with the if. If you're able to do it, then you can do the how, which is how do you fund it? And I think we're more towards the second part of it than the first.
Well, and totally understand that. And I know it has a component within the annexation piece of it. But with respect to the process being a precedent-setting process, I don't know if I'm comfortable with just going with the zoning and then figuring out the rest of it at that point, because it's something that this body is signing off on.
Yeah,
So that's what makes it difficult for me to sit here and say the application as it stands is satisfying all the criteria for review when I don't have a utility plan to look at.
What do you think the timetable is on
There
that,
is-
Sean, to get that completed?
Before the final, I would say.
Yeah.
So I know we're meeting tomorrow to kind of run through the numbers, and I would say until that has been satisfied, I wouldn't recommend necessarily for council to give a green light. However, I think you can write something into an approval process, and I'm kind of drafting out some verbiage now, and I'll kick it to Aaron here in a second, to kind of satisfy this. I think the biggest concerns that are out there are, one, do we have the capacity? So are we going to be able to service this area with what's the requirements? Two, the residents of Johnstown currently are not going to have to pay or shoulder any of that burden. So those are the main questions, and I think if you can put into some type of conditional approval that a utility plan must be submitted that doesn't, or that proves that no cost will be incurred upon the city's current resident and current services in order to serve this particular 485 acres, whatever the case may be, you may be able to word something like that, because I'm trying to go on the fly here. Yeah. Whoa, wait.
I would.
That entered the chat.
That was a little hotter than I thought it was going to be. Two things I would point out. One is in the code's discussion of the criteria, it talks about a preponderance of the criteria being met, and not necessarily, it's not necessarily an all or nothing proposition. And two, to Sean's point, it is something that legislatively can be conditioned that a utility plan satisfactory to the city must be entered by the applicant for the zoning to be effective, or something.
There you go.
Something to those, as a condition of the approval of that zoning. That's a legislative condition, as the applicant pointed out. It's a reality condition as well. If it doesn't get water, it's not going to move forward.
I will say that the zoning commitments as well have dictated our phasing of the utility plan or different assumptions about what areas can get served first, because if we're making a commitment to sell land in zones 1 and 2 first, that we need to make sure that Duncan Plains and that lift station on Kyber Run can handle that first, and that sometimes that capacity could inhibit our ability to bring multifamily online right away, which may need to come up MINC. But going back to like the framework plan with MKSK, I think originally, MKSK is still working through the comprehensive plan of the city. But when we started this process at the beginning of the year, part of the thought was, well, Johnstown has the opportunity at its doorstep, and the best use of utility resources right now, the limited capacity and the best return on investment would be addressing Intel's front door right now. So there's some thought in that about, there's the pressing need for it in the short term, but also how does it impact everything holistically in the long term? So, and that we realize that MKSK is still going through their long-term planning effort, but expediting this part of the process will also help unlock the future vision of MKSK's plan as well too, that may be completely outside of RPD.
Expediting which part of the process?
I guess bringing utilities to, let's say, single-family development around downtown, or things unrelated to what we're doing today, but just that we'll be bringing in revenue generated from this PD to help facilitate and bring the rest of the plan, the comprehensive plan, to fruition.
Okay. So, and that kind of, I understand what you're saying. I understand what Dad's saying. Being a strong protector of the process,
Yeah.
I still don't have anything to review. I don't even have a narrative statement.
Right.
I just have a picture of what we hope that we could do. And I'm encouraged by the fact that there are conversations happening,
Yeah.
but I don't have anything. There isn't even anything besides this picture, which I don't even know, in my opinion, would satisfy utility impact analysis. I just don't know, but I get it. I get that it's a preponderance, but again, we sit here today and say, okay, we'll just kick it to council. Council can take care of it. What's the point of bringing it to zoning to begin with, to provide any kind of recommendation? Thinking out loud, rhetorical, not looking for an answer from you. But that's what goes through my head when I'm looking at this stuff. And similar to the financial impact analysis, am I understanding that is that 2/3 page narrative? That is the financial impact analysis for this project?
No.
There was initially, unless something new has been submitted, there was a one-page document, I don't remember the exact title, but it was something along those lines. But that was the only document I've seen, unless you all just uploaded something.
I don't think it transferred to the newest version, and it was very brief. I'll agree with that. It was very brief.
Yeah, we shared a snapshot, more of a financial analysis with the school board as well too, that they seem to be comfortable with. We're still working through our pro forma and our revenue projections for the city as well. We've done a very in-depth analysis of the impact of the current business park south of the PD, but is also in the Johnstown Monroe School District, the impact of that on the school district. And then we're doing the similar exercise going through this PD and the impact it'll have on the school district and the city as well, and the projected revenue. And all of that, we can't do one without the other, utility analysis without the financial impact, because, you guys know, the money in is gonna dictate the phasing plan of the utilities as well, and making sure that any,
So it sounds like some of that work has been done,
yeah, very much.
shared with the school board.
Yeah,
Can we see it?
absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Because at this point, again, I go back to the document that we have here. Fiscal impact statement, it's a narrative, it's about 2/3 of a page. Doesn't really give me anything other than I already know that we charge a 1% income tax, and that's all it really says. I don't get anything out of it. And it kind of leads me into the other piece that you said, that this district will be bringing in money to help pay for the water and sewer. The only thing that I see in here that is guaranteed is the housing. I don't see anything else in that. And I think the very first meeting Walter brought up, from a phasing perspective, jobs and development to help pay for that first. I know we talked about a particular company in that 2A, 2B area. Financial impact statement relative to how that might help offset some of the housing pieces, because again, I'll go back, we all know that housing is a net negative when you talk about cost to the city, how that would help impact that. So a financial statement might help in giving and sharing some of that vision, because I keep hearing, and I have a lot of hope, but I just don't have, there isn't anything else in here to help me satisfy some of that criteria. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Am I off base? Does that make sense?
No, these are questions that came out in the beginning. We did get that information, but like I said, it was very brief, and I don't think it has made it through to this, so.
Are you done with this, Ben?
Nope.
Okay.
116407A8. It talks about setbacks, building structures, other elements, development of land, parking areas, traffic, accessibility. I mean, we talked at one point about Duncan Plains streetscape on both sides being handled by New Albany. And I think you said that there would be something we'd be able to see, or there's a question that you would ask? Green Chapel? What did I say, Duncan Plains? Green Chapel, yes. Is there anything that we can review as respect to what they're planning to do with that Green Chapel streetscape?
Public record, we just track it down. Yeah.
Okay. Item number 6 talks about stormwater management. There is a page in here that shows runoff, a stormwater management area, protected wetlands, et cetera. Sounds like we're working towards stormwater management. Is there anything we can share on that?
I will say, I don't recall the exact page, but one of the plan documents that was submitted illustrates several areas that could potentially have been identified for stormwater retention, and I think that for this phase, that, at least in my opinion, is adequate, that the applicant is considering that, and they've identified some areas for that. Keep in mind that each one of these sub-areas will have to come back for a final development plan, which at that point would be probably the appropriate location to really be worried about stormwater and like where the ponds are, how they interact with each other and that sort of thing. That's at least my take
In
on it.
that case, we'd show you exactly where it's going.
Exactly.
Its depth. And
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but obviously we want a chicken and the egg here, right? So you have to have an actual, this is different from what you're used to seeing, right? It's a case-by-case basis, but this opens up opportunities to, have a bigger tract of land that can be developed more comprehensively. And that requires to have some of these things really dealt with in particular at a later stage.
No, I totally get that the latter stages with the final get a lot more detailed, but my understanding, the preliminary, you have a tremendous amount of detail to get into what you need to further dive into. So I totally get it. If it's being worked on, I understand that piece and provided a piece relative to that. And then we have our stormwater management that will check that in. I guess that one of the last pieces that I have here has to do with, and we said that we would get to it, but it's parkland. And granted that in your first slide, you talked about credits, you talked about the dollar amount, the in lieu of, and council having the ultimate authority, but there is a section in here that discusses
116409, yeah.
at least giving us an idea of where you think things are gonna go. And outside of the initial PowerPoint, I don't even know if I've seen parkland on anything, any kind of bubble map or gradation or something that's like within our growth framework that shows jobs and housing or something, but you've got the different sub-areas out there, but I didn't see where there was kind of any indication.
And the
of
language in
parkland.
116409 is a commitment as to the size and location of parkland is a requirement for the preliminary.
I think we know size based off the formula, and we know, we can say in general location relative to permit and conditional within the table that was provided. But is there any kind of visual that you can show that would help better give us an idea of what we're thinking of?
If there's natural physical characteristics on the site that are environmentally sensitive. Those will be locations where, you know, we would focus our efforts, I'm sure. You know, I would hate to see a green blob in the middle of a plan dictate everything else around it rather than vice versa. So, you know, that's the best we can do right now.
And I totally get that. I would think that in some respect, based off of that, where you think utilities might go, where the stormwater management water flow would go, where the protected areas are with wetlands and the stream corridors, that there would be maybe some general idea as to how a site may be laid out that would make the most sense. Totally granted that every user is unique, and you're not necessarily saying outside of what's in the permitted and conditional uses per sub area, but there might just be something to as a baseline. That's all I'm saying.
So for instance,
I don't know that this will totally address your open space questions, but this is, and I'm sure you've seen this, Commissioner Lee, but yeah.
Yep.
So there has been some visual representation of, to your point, but not all of it. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. So I guess at the end of the day, for me, utility, impact analysis, and financial analysis are the two items that are outstanding relative to the criteria that I haven't seen, and don't feel like I can make an informed decision on a vote tonight to be able to address those. And I don't feel comfortable personally passing that on to council without, again, in a precedent-setting way, at least having it submitted to this body to look at.
So the one thing that's critical that I get out to this commission and just, we have been working with city staff on both of these items for months. We've been working with the school district on each of these items for months. This is not new. This continues to be worked out. The ones at jeopardy, in jeopardy, if we were not able to work through the utility issue, is us, right? So I don't know where to go from here, because what will happen between now, assume for a moment this commission decides they're not comfortable taking action. They want to postpone this for 2 more weeks. We aren't going to have any more information today. I'm saying, I couldn't be any more clear. We're not going to have any more information today that we haven't had for the past 2, maybe even 3 months. Yes, we continue to meet. We continue to meet on a weekly basis with your staff, with the city council members, with the utility departments.
And I'll completely grant you that.
With
I'll completely grant you that.
how to provide you with a level of information that's gonna make you comfortable beyond what we've done today. So I guess I pose that question to Sean and staff, what your thoughts are that can be produced that would get, it's a legitimate question. It's something, as I said, we've been working on diligently for an extended period of time.
There isn't anything within the application to support that as a part of the application. And if there was information shared with the school board, that's fantastic. I'd like to see that, because that's a part of the application that we haven't been provided. If there's information up to today, to where the next 14 days aren't going to provide any material difference between today and 2 weeks from now, it'd be nice to know where we are today. I just,
Yeah, there's nothing secretive, nothing that we're trying
Sure.
to keep from you. The meetings with the school board and the superintendent have been to address their specific concerns, and we have gone through a process, much like what we're doing with this board, with them. And if you'd like to see that information, we're more than willing and happy to provide that to you. I guess I'm struggling with what kind of documentation we're gonna be able to provide between now
If you want to lean into that conversation, I can, and I get it. We're kind of on the inside looking out, and you're on the outside looking in, as far as specifically to these utility questions, the financial pieces. And to reiterate what Mr. Ruby said, and that was, we're continuing to work through the process. If the board was hesitant, I would go back to the conditional approval of something that states that, this shall be acceptable to staff and council, as far as final approval, to make sure that those utilities and financial pieces are a part of the overall package. It's not going to satisfy the document being presented to you today. These are things that obviously, as Mr. Ruby brought up again, if we can't figure out the utility piece of this and how it pays for itself, then it's going to fall under its own weight and it's going to fail. So that's a due diligence that they're going to have to prove on their end. As far as the financial piece of how it relates to Johnstown, from a revenue standpoint, outside of the utility provisions, that's something that they're currently working through. A little bit more of a moving target. It's all relative to the types of jobs that come in, data center versus a manufacturing center, versus an office. So they can give projections. So projections are great, and I think what they gave to the school is a good snapshot from an average base, from a statistical standpoint, but isn't an exact science that can clearly define upon 2027 you're going to hit revenue X. It's a little bit more of a sliding scale that could move one way or the other depending on the types of development. The overall discussion always relates to this development should be a net positive. I think we've established that it's not a net neutral. It is going to be a net positive based just upon the utilities. The school conversation was always a concern of mine. They've met with the school, they've satisfied, or at least had great conversation, I feel like, with the school. I don't know that the school would ever endorse any more students whatsoever, because it's always a challenge for them. But not putting a fiscal strain on the school is of key importance to ourselves. It seems like they've tried to navigate that from some of the discussions that you all have heard with the types of multifamily. Again, that's a point that always has a little bit more friction with the city, and I get that 100%. Causes friction with myself. This is a product that hasn't been tested, so gonna have to do a little trust walk based upon evidence and data that has been presented. I feel like it has the ability to walk the walk, but we'll want to put some guide rails in there to make sure that those things are met, and I think you all have done a good job of identifying that. I'll be curious to see what happens at council as well. I want to get their input, their feedback from this. I would imagine that that's going to be not a 1 reading, but probably a 2 reading. That's just my personal opinion. They may get it in front of them and be able to identify everything that they have question-wise and approve it. So, but I do anticipate that being a dual reading type of a situation. So does that satisfy all your questions? I'm not sure, but it does give you a little bit of a peek under the hood from what we've been working through and trying to get accomplished. In an ideal situation, if we had more time, I think that would be easier. But as the applicant stated at the very beginning of the conversation today, there is a sense of urgency with this relative to the economic piece. If you take the economic piece out, probably not as urgent, but I think that's what's pushing the narrative. But at the end of the day, this is a decision that's a big decision that you all need to wait, look at, and if you have questions, continue to ask. I don't want to presume to tell you one way or the other to vote, but if you have questions for staff that would help satisfy or answer anything, feel free to ask away. I can defer to Trevor and Thad as well, and also the applicant.
I'll just say very quickly, sorry.
Yeah.
I do have a list of staff recommended conditions that Chris created last time he was here. We've shared them with the applicant as well. So please let the applicant speak, but I'm more than happy to go through those to see if they satisfy your current concerns. I think a lot of what you're still speaking about was picked up last time and this evening, so I'm happy to go through those when you'd like.
The only other thing I wanted to reiterate what Sean said, and I think you're exactly right. We anticipate going through a very similar process with city council when we get to them, there will be a whole nother round of issues and questions and concerns with public comment and the like. So we're doing our best. We've been here multiple stops along the way. Your concerns are legitimate. We have agreed with 99% of everything you've asked us to do. The issues related to utilities, the issues related to economics of this project are things that we have been open and discussed at length with multiple bodies. And again, happy to provide and even follow up with this commission if they would like us to. But we do feel a sense of urgency and need to keep this moving in order to capitalize on those opportunities, which are not limitless, and certainly have an expiration period to them too. We want to be as responsible, but yet still timely in moving this project along so that we can get to the next body for them to start their review as well.
I don't know if we're beholden to a 2-week time frame. If, in my opinion, we were to get more information in a period of time and have another meeting next week, if that suffice. But in my opinion, I totally understand it. I totally get where everybody's coming from. To me, right now, without those two major items, it's an incomplete packet. It's an incomplete application. And I don't know how I will hold the next applicant to the same standard if we don't have anything in this body to review it. Because to me, then it doesn't feel like this body's doing its job by providing its due diligence with all the documentations. When we were talking about the PD district in general, the financial analysis piece was a large part of our conversation. And in some respects, I think it's been watered down to what it is here now. There are a lot more items, I believe, that we had talked to that have been pulled out of it. For me, it's incomplete. I would like to see those items. I don't think I can make an informed decision tonight. That's me.
Let me ask a question. We pulled things out?
No, not you. When we were reviewing the PD development language before the PD district was created, not you. Just contextualizing the importance of the financial analysis piece. So, that's me. So I'll just put that on the table.
I get your concerns, and I'm gonna lean over to Thad and see if there's a way to address, as I mentioned before, I think they're very fair call-outs, Ben, and I don't wanna see an application get approved at council without having some of these requirements met. Is there an opportunity to do a conditional type of recommendation for a utility or address basically the issues that Commission Member Lee has that would maybe satisfy him or not? I don't know. You look like you were gonna say something, so I should have just let you go.
Well, yeah, there certainly is an opportunity for a conditional type of recommendation. I've probably been involved in hundreds of preliminary development plan type of recommendations, and I don't think I've seen one that's gone forward without some number of conditions. So I don't think anybody should think of that as being a shirking of any of the Planning and Zoning Commission's responsibility to send something on with conditions that remain to be addressed. And it's very common, too, for city councils to approve applications or take action on applications such as this and still have conditions left to resolve. To the point about the precedent-setting nature of this, there is documentation in the application that has bearing on the fiscal impact as well as the utility availability generally. So I think that from a true, adequacy of submittal standpoint, there's not really a dictate as to what that documentation needs to look like. You do have statements from, Sean and from the applicant as to utility discussions and fiscal impacts that have, all of that has been placed into your record now for you to consider. Aside from just documentary evidence, I think that if you had an applicant come forward who couldn't truthfully make those kind of statements, you would have a different situation as well. So, from a legal standpoint, you certainly have the ability to take a recommendation with conditions attached to it to provide more information at the next level, and that's a very common thing.
And I would be fine with that if we had something to base it off of. But there isn't anything, just, again, like I said, a snapshot of where we are today. What conversations have we had? What are we talking about from a utility perspective? Where we are today, what are we talking about with projections from an impact analysis or a financial analysis? And then if you look at that and you say, okay, I can see where you've been, I can see where you're trending, conditionally, as long as these pieces are satisfied at the next level, it looks as if, based off of what we know today, it's moving in the right direction. But there isn't anything tangible in any kind of analysis or analytical format that would give me that baseline. And to hear, I'm happy that information was shared with the schools, but financial analysis is a piece of the submission process, and I don't think that what was submitted meets that standard. That's my point. And I'm not trying to drag it out.
So, Mr. Lee,
That's all I'm saying.
You are one of the most diligent commissioners I've ever seen. That's a compliment. I mean, seriously, you're putting a lot of effort into it. I might request a recess in a moment to ask, to confer with my client a little bit, but there are a lot of big things that hang in the balance based on this timing, and, it's not something I can sit up here at the podium in 30 seconds agree to or not, so we need to confer. I would be interested if this is a sentiment shared by the other commissioners, or if they could get comfortable with some conditions that would allow this to move forward. I think this is a big decision for Johnstown in terms of timing and lost opportunity. Maybe there's still a way to get it done, but we're in a position where we're pushing a little bit, and we've tried not to do that, but, so I'd love to hear if there's any other thoughts.
Could I add just to that statement? So outside of the utilities and the financial piece, which, like I said, I'm on the inside looking out, you're on the outside looking in. The rest of what has been presented, the other 80 pages of the document, are you comfortable, when I'm asking a general question with the board, you take those two pieces outside of it, really the context of what you all have worked through, are you comfortable with that? And that's for you to decide. I'm not swaying you one way or the other, but I think when we're looking at the context of the overall application, aside from those two pieces, I mean, you've talked about architectural, you talked about roads, you've talked about traffic studies, you've talked about a number of other items. If you feel comfortable with those, or don't feel comfortable with those, that would be my advice, to focus on those two pieces, or those larger pieces, rather than the minor two pieces that exist. And they're not minor, but they are pieces that can work through, obviously. So I don't want to distract away from the other 80 pages because of the two singular items, because I think the other parts and pieces of it, at the end of the day, represent what the product's going to be. And if you're happy with what it's going to be, then vote that way. If you're not happy with how it's going to be, then don't vote that way. So that's my 2 cents.
We will definitely get to public comment as soon as.
Point of order goes to what this man just said about getting what amounts to a strong vote, and I think that's.
We will definitely open public comment here shortly. I want to get through all of everything that the board has to say. I appreciate you hanging with us.
So on
this long,
Sean's
but-
point, I'd be comfortable making a vote today. Speaking firsthand from New Albany Company in the southern half, or the northern half of New Albany, the relationships they're talking about, I've seen them firsthand work with personal homeowners, change things, move parking lots, different things like that, change lights to accommodate existing homes. When they say that, I don't take it for granted. I think they really mean it. As far as, it's got to sustain itself, because, I understand what Ben's saying, but it's not going to work if it's not a reality. So I get that. So I feel comfortable making a decision, and especially if we wanted to put in a comment about the water and That's where I'm at, to answer his question.
I have a couple other points that I was gonna address. I appreciate Ben's points. I walked in here thinking the major sticking points were gonna be the park space and the density of housing. Those are good points that I wanna address, and I think they are valid points. I was a little more comfortable fleshing those out, and I thought there would be a timetable where we could get those maybe in another week or two. And I would lean heavily on our staff to know where those conversations have been and what their thoughts are on timetable for getting those, because, I mean, like we're saying, these are pieces of the application that we need to take a look at. Now, I understand timetables and I understand those things. You gentlemen came into the process knowing the criteria for approval. So I think we do look at those. Now, other conditions that I had, maybe not conditions, but other sticking points that I had. I know where you guys talked about the connectivity, and it seemed like in the meeting today, I did get an answer to that as far as connectivity to the city, and this was something that we brought up in the first meeting. We want to make sure that this is not an island out there unto itself, so I did hear the connectivity today, meaning trails, things of that nature. I'm looking for more of a comprehensive plan on that for roads and other things. And I know that you're agreeing to a long-term, working relationship here, so that would be something that I would want to see in here. And, I know where I want to see where the money comes from that. So it says to alleviate financial burden in here. That's a conversation that I would want to have. We don't have to flesh that out today, but if you're committing to talks about connectivity, I would want that to also include roads and just general feel of the city. That's something that we brought up earlier too. Not to minimize Ben's points, because those are major points, but these were some things I had. Also, the apartments. I was under the impression after our last meeting, and maybe it's something that I missed, but I thought we were capping that out at 900. And I'm hearing today that there's a caveat in there to get back to that 1,200. So I would move to cap that back off at 900.
We won't agree to that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We will not agree to that.
That would be a sticking point for me to get back down to that 900.
And the reason for that, and we can go back and look at the minutes, but the point of backing it off was if we prove the concept and it comes out the way that we say it's going to come out, then let's take it the rest of the way. But if not, then we don't have the right to do that. So that gives us a chance to prove the concept and not just say, trust us all the way.
Are there other thoughts? I know other conditions that I had, the connectivity was one, the park plan. I believe the park plan, it is in there. It is a minor detail, I think. I would like to see a plan in there because we don't know what council will do. And I want to give council the option to say, here's a park plan that we either like or don't like, or we're okay with going another route on that. So not knowing 100% where council will go on that, I would like to provide them that plan.
I appreciate that. I mean, I've heard you jokingly say people don't want sprawl, and people don't want density. But you gotta find that balance and that healthy tension between the two. And with a parkland and the connectivity, those are things that I haven't been with the New Albany company that long, but I can confidently say that there aren't that many groups around the country that do a good job, that do a better job than MKSK and the New Albany company and some of the local planners here about incorporating parkland, connectivity, trails, and finding that open those spaces. As we establish these long-term partnerships, we don't want either party to get too far ahead of the other. But it's about kind of meeting the milestones, not only just so that we're incorporating the feedback too, right? It'd be in a perfect world, we would come here with a plan to show exactly what everything was going to be, the brick, the windows, the program, everything, and with a fully baked pro forma and financials analysis. But it doesn't work like that. So we need to kind of spend money and time and kind of hit the milestones along the way. But I'm very confident that we're going to roll up our sleeves and get the connectivity, get the trails, and satisfy the parkland space. Not only just meeting the requirements, but making it the best we can and creating that sense of place.
All right, other questions from the commission or our staff? Because I do have to go to public comment at some point.
Sure. No, just quickly, this may or may not alleviate concerns related to park space, so we can edit this if needed. But one of the conditions that we are recommending is that parks and open space be integrated through the final development plans, which are required before anything breaks ground. You have to get a final development plan. But that open space are incorporated as placemaking and natural feature protections, meaning make sure that that open space that is required by the code is used meaningfully, meaning you're protecting things that are irreplaceable and that you're leveraging those open spaces within the built environment in a way that actually activates them and creates an amenity that can be used by everyone, so that you don't end up with just 20 acres of open space that's, you know, an employment parcel that didn't get sold off. And so if that addresses that concern, I'm happy to work with Teresa to get that in. But this is not necessarily the right part of the procedure to have a fully baked, to Jamie's point, a fully baked plan that says this little 10,000 square foot area of land is gonna be a pocket park, this 5 acre tract over here is gonna be a wetlands preserve. This just isn't the right, that's just not the way the process was designed. And I know that doesn't, it's not what you want to hear, but that is, the process was written that way on purpose to allow for some flexibility. You have the minimum open space requirements set by the code. The applicant has not requested to deviate from those, so they're still on the hook for all that required open space. And we can have that condition that makes sure that that is meaningful open space when the final development plans come in. So I'll leave you all with that.
I got a couple of things.
All right, go ahead.
So I know we talked about, so I got a couple just code things that I didn't get to. I know we talked about last time that parkland and open space are two distinctly separate things in our PUD code. And we talked about separating those out, and I don't see that they've been separated out in this draft.
I'll find that for you.
It's defined in there.
Where?
It's broken down.
Okay.
Which section of the text?
Do you want him to still search it?
No, if it's in there, if
It's in
Ben
there.
says it's in there and
I'll-
he's comfortable
I
with
must have
it.
missed it, so we can go.
It talks about open space being privately owned, public space.
Yeah, it is defined in there. It is separated.
Publicly owned or,
City
yeah.
and open
So
space.
I guess this is the little thing, but I would suggest in the beginning, when you're defining on page 10 of the draft, or page 10, page 50 of the draft, where it defines those in part L, page 50 of the marked up version.
15 or
50,
Okay.
or the red version. I would request a small change that those be separated as definitions in that section also.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I don't think that should be a big issue. I think that as far as, I'll go back to the requirements, the submission requirements of 116408 for a second. And I want to touch on the architectural standards where it says we'll have detailed.
Page is this?
I'm on 11, in our code on 116408, submission requirements for architectural, detailed written architectural standards. Detailed architectural standards for any project does not meet the major act. So as far as detailed architectural standards, I'm not seeing a lot of architectural language, and I'm most specifically focused on zone 3 where we have the mixed use and the residential. I would like to see some more architectural terminology added to that to meet that criteria. And I know that sort of your explanation was that Johnstown doesn't really have an architectural style that you guys could leverage to create that language in your code. My proposition would be use that picture of Granville and use that and get some of those architectural terminology pieces in there. I don't think, and again, I don't think this would hold me up from voting, but I think that it might be something that I put as a condition for council to consider in the next phase, is trying to build out a little bit of architectural terminology, and specific to that, I think it's important for that area.
It's a good question. It's something that we kind of wrestle with every day. When we sell property to buyers, they'll often say, send us your architectural standards. We want to know your CCNRs and, how much brick we need and window coverage ratio and all that good stuff. Currently, most of our work is in New Albany, and we don't have design standards. We leave it up to the applicant and the design review committee as well to find something that they think is appropriate for the project, based on the program, the site, and maybe economics too at times too. But it's kind of a double-edged sword to spell out the design. Sometimes having character imagery that give you kind of a spectrum but not show exact is kind of, because you kind of want to create a framework but also create some flexibility to kind of future-proof yourself against it too. So, but it's definitely something that we should.
So I guess my thoughts are that I sort of see, if we're gonna do it like a mixed-use new downtown area, that we would copy some of the architectural features from our existing downtown area. So I think that the picture you have in here of Granville is awesome. And I think the pictures that are in here of, like this, might not be appropriate for Johnstown. And I think that having a little bit of definition there, I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are on that, but,
I agree, the architectural portion of this was pretty light. Now, we do have with the coda, there is on the look and feel of that building, there is some feedback that we get to give during that process, which is what I argued for in that one section. We will get to have feedback on the overall final look and feel of these
So all this will
these
come back for
areas.
the-
To the
what's your-
coda. It'll go through the coda.
I'm sorry, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about and kind of danced around this whole idea of architecture and architectural standards quite a bit in the multiple meetings that we've had. It's certainly clear to me what the expectations as far as a level of finish and architectural detailing are that you're looking for, the coda will be looking for. Are the meeting minutes, I mean, we're obviously being recorded, there are meeting minutes that will be generated from this. It's critical for this commission to get those meeting minutes, so that when I come back before you again, in a month, a year, 5 years from now, what we're saying up here, we're not just saying and forgetting. This is being documented, you can reference it. I expect and hope that you'll be referencing it. The commitments that we're making when we talk about our commitments to our neighbors, when we talk about the expectation of architectural standards for this center, that, it turns into a slippery side of taste and quality, right? So that will be a very difficult thing for us to pound through when we get to that point. We're up for the challenge. We've done it many, many times. It's clear to me what this commission is looking for, and we need to deliver on that. And our commitments that we're making before you tonight are being documented. Hopefully they'll be regurgitated to you when we come back to you, whether that's in a week, a year, or 5 years from now. I don't think the answer is additional language in the zoning text that can be manipulated, interpreted, and reinterpreted, and I don't know, respectfully, I don't know that we'll get there.
Okay.
So.
And maybe it's not as helpful as,
That's
these
been
things
my
are-
experience.
We're new to
That's been my
this, so it's like.
experience. There's an expectation of quality, and this is for the meeting minutes and for the public and for everyone to hear. There's an expectation of quality and character unique to Johnstown for the mixed-use development when that area is developed. I think that includes four-sided architecture. I think that's dictated by not only materials, but building height, massing, and site planning and landscaping. For the record, that's what this committee's asking for, and that's what we will deliver.
Jesse, just to point out, the vagueness of the architecture is actually to the detriment of the applicant. So the vagueness that we have allows us a lot of latitude at the final development stage to say, this doesn't meet our interpretation of what we want. So if you start to draft wording in there that's specific, it then takes your leverage away at your final development stage. So I just want to point that out.
Okay.
Having the vagueness is actually favoring our position, and it's weakening their position for the final development. So if that is a concern, and Trevor, I don't know if you would concur with that as well, or?
I generally concur, yeah, especially with what Mr. Ruby, the point that Mr. Ruby was making in that calling out a specific type of architecture, whether it's Georgian or whatever architecture style, you feel everybody has even a little bit different interpretation within that realm of what a building should look like. Sticking with things like setting a good framework and foundation and making sure that you have good blocks, street frontages, making everything intentional will actually go a lot longer of a way than just citing one specific architectural style and saying, all right, we're good to go. So, yes, I'll leave you to that.
I totally agree with what's been said on the architecture. However, I think there's one part missing, and that's the review process. And so what I'm meaning with that is for the major economic development, it does go through the CODA process, which I'm fine with. But if it's not, then I don't see a review process. So I mean, I'm looking at it not just for consistency. That's all I don't want to specify Georgia and anything else. I just want it that if an area has been started, it's good. I'd like to see it consistently through there rather than starting with something federalist and then it goes to modern or whatever. That's what I don't want. So I don't see, if there is a review mechanism in there, please point it out to me, show me. That's what I've been looking for.
Yeah, so that would come back, the CODA process works for those major economic activities.
Right.
Everything that doesn't fall into that bucket would go through a final development plan process that would either be under Chapter 1164, modified as 1165, would be determined, either council decides it wants to review it itself, or council decides to have Planning and Zoning Commission review it. So that would be soup to nuts from the final site layout, stormwater, to architectural character and design.
So what you're thinking is have the architectural.
Well, like I said, they've got it in a CODA process and,
He wants to make sure there's a mechanism
I
for
just want to
review.
make sure there's a mechanism to catch it, that's all. That's all I'm looking for, so it
Send it-
doesn't slip through the cracks. And
Send it back to this board for architectural review.
When I go to design.
Design
I don't-
review.
Design review would be the place I think it belongs, but
The way it's drafted now, it comes back to this board for that, for council, all right, for council.
well,
They'll never send it
I
to
don't
us,
see
so.
that, well, you got the post zoning procedures, and again, it's laid out for that, but for the other projects, it's not there. But if you're happy with the final
Would
development.
you guys be opposed to us adding in a review? I mean, does that hold up the project a lot? I mean, I guess it's a cost benefit thing.
No, we're not opposed to that. I mean, we're not opposed to it.
Council vetted, I think, some of this out in the actual 1164 piece of whether they do that or don't do that. So I don't want to speak for Trevor with that. But that was hashed previously in the 1164 as to how the sequencing of that would work, so.
Yeah, as I've been sitting here, kind of the best way I can think of explaining this is this preliminary master plan and zoning text sets up the box in which the applicant has to operate. When they come back in for a final development plan, you all will have the opportunity to look at what their version of that box looks like.
But we won't, because council has the option.
We get provided the same documentation as the council.
Correct. A final development plan has to come through you all, and I would expect a final development application to be complete and include those architectural guidelines. So
Yeah.
therefore, you will get an opportunity to review them.
So the final
I think it
development.
goes to council, council can hear it.
Goes to
if they come
council.
us, But
Okay.
So what-
zoning still gets
that's the
all
si-
the documentation.
Right.
That council does, so that we can review it in the event that council kicks it back to us, but we'll still be updated in the same manner as
And to
council.
Ben's point earlier, the financial component was such a huge component on it when we talked about this originally, because that defines who it goes to, whether it goes to the CODA or whether it goes through council. That's why the financial component was important, because it is important if you're putting an express lane in for a major project, we have to know whether it's a major project or not.
we're following the code, right? And so the process and review of this is following your code.
I'm for adding in a review.
I'll just say this, it was vetted at council.
It was, yeah.
And I can, I'm not saying guarantee, but I can strongly say that if you put that in, since
will
council
come
went
back
through
out.
this whole provision, once it gets to them, they're yanking it back out. Now, that's a thing you can do if you want, but it had been vetted at council. I'm giving you the background at council that happened, the discussion. If you want to insert that, just don't be shocked whenever that piece gets removed at their level, so.
Okay. Further questions from our commission? I will open up to our public.
I have one more thing, is that on sign code, we've worked really hard to get on our sign code with it. I guess I'm not sure, would you guys be fine with just defaulting to our sign code? The city
does.
sign code in general?
It references our sign code.
It says it's a baseline, but it doesn't default to it, so it really
it
overrides
does.
it. It says a
It
baseline.
references the code in.
But it says it'll use our code as a baseline, it doesn't say it'll follow our code.
If it's not defined specifically in here, it goes by our code.
Our assumption is we're following the code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, fair enough, all right. I won't nitpick then, okay, that's
I
what
can imagine a scenario.
because it's our interest to have a consistent sign code throughout the city, including the new part, so.
And I
that's all
bet
I'm
you
saying.
money in 6 months, that sign code will be revisited.
So, okay, we got over those two easy. The other one was that we had talked about in the first meeting, as I was reviewing the minutes, we talked about a developer agreement, including an owner occupancy requirement, a certain number of units, because we felt that having some owner occupied units, those people have a stronger stake in the community, and I don't think we've ever got a commitment from you guys on that yet.
Yeah, it's because it's not illegal.
Well, it's not legal to zone it that way, but you could have a developer agreement, is what we came to.
That would come through council.
Right, and that's the distinction, where if you're requiring that in the exercise of zoning authority, it's just not a
Is it something
permitted
that you guys are
distinction to make
interested
as a
in
land
talking
use
about or
matter.
not? If you guys could just say, no, that's not something you're interested in talking about, I haven't really got.
If we're gonna have a developer agreement, it has to be done by council.
Right.
I understand that.
I want to be very careful. I mean, we're talking about what is legally permissible and what is not legally permissible. We are very comfortable and understand that our plans will come back to this commission for review. The design of the units, the finish of the units, it will be, I suspect, pretty clear whether which ones will be owner-occupied units and which one will be rental units. We can in no way commit to anything related to a percentage of that just based on legal requirements. It will be part of your preview when this comes back before you, and I think you will have the authority to review it at that time.
The issue is that when you start to make, blanket requirements on what is owner occupied or what is rental, then fair housing laws come into play, and there are, under federal law and case interpretations and, housing and Department of Justice interpretations, there are groups that are disparately impacted by those type of restrictions because they historically have not been able to.
We talked about copying the HOA model and making a developer agreement.
So you can't say the number, but you could say some should be available for purchase.
Of a percentage of a product.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
I will say, though, that
An HOA is not governed by fair housing law.
I will say many of the case studies that we presented to a couple of weeks ago to the commission, locally in Central Ohio too, had a mix of rental and affordable within their.
So you guys
program.
do anticipate some of those units being for sale? Let me just ask you plain and simple.
We don't know yet. I mean,
Nothing would prohibit it.
Yeah.
We're not saying these are rentals. They're, a large portion of them are gonna be, but
Yeah.
we've always viewed calling it multifamily and having it be attached product as being an equation in the school district conversation, so that's where that's at.
Right. And like we've ran into before, like Thad's saying, you can't differentiate in multifamily which ones exactly.
Don't take up their.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm saying with that, we tried to do it before and we weren't able to do it.
Okay, my last item.
With
I'll move on from
segregating
that.
zoning or with purchase and apartments.
I mean, I feel like you guys have an idea of if you're gonna sell any or not, but we'll agree to disagree. I think it's important, one of the major benefits of this development for our city is the financial, impact, that we will derive from, the NCA and the CRAs. And so I think that those are pivotal to the success of the plan, and, I would like to recommend to council to have those agreed to at the same time, but obviously that's not something we're gonna do here, so I just wanted to, throw that out there as a condition that, could be proposed for council to consider again. They can choose not to follow our conditions, and they probably won't, but,
Right. I'd also offer up that we are happy to bring those documents back here for you to review so that you can understand them in more detail after working through that with Sean and the school board and staff and everyone. Happy to do that. That's respectful thing to do. It's a big point of contention, lots of questions about it. So by all means, we will do that.
We've been working diligently with Attorney Greg Stipe on the CRAs and the community authority documents. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we cannot approve a CRA in a property that has not been annexed yet. So there's a little bit of a chicken and egg for us. So that's why when we're trying to time everything together, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, if this were to move on to council, we would, as soon as we were able, your next available meeting, we'd be happy to come back here and present those items to you, so you're informed, just as council is, and allow us to continue down the path, but that's a fair
well,
thing.
that's all on council, so yeah, I wouldn't make that a sticking point. That's all I
Okay.
got.
Further questions from our commissioners? Okay. I'll have you gentlemen take a seat and I will open for public comment. All right, yes, please.
Announce rules.
Oh, I need to remind everybody of the council rules, so we're gonna stick to 3 minutes. If you're here as a group, please elect an unofficial leader to convey your sentiments. And we will keep this civil. We will address the commissioners directly, and any questions we will have at the end from our applicant.
Bill Baker, 12428 Johnstown, Utica Road, Johnstown, Ohio, 43031. I have no doubt that the project that they're going to do is going to be first class, all the way appealing, a destination place. And I also say profit is not a dirty word, whether it's $1, $1 million, $1 billion, or $1 trillion. MJB, New Albany Company, has made tons of money buying and selling property, and they're going to do the same thing here. Also, there's going to be taxes coming in to pay for a lot of the infrastructure. I don't see why they would have a problem writing a check for a water treatment plant, a sewer treatment plant, schools, and then wait for that money to get paid back. Also, too, Mr. Stannard, if he's been privy to numbers on the water and sewer and the schools, and he hasn't submitted to you before this meeting tonight, he's not doing his job. Because you need that information to make a decision. And I would wait till you had that information to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I make a comment on that real quick?
Yes, please.
Mr. Baker, I would just add to that piece that the burden of proof lies with the applicant. And if the applicant has that information, the applicant needs to provide that information. So I understand where you're coming from, but I wouldn't put that on Sean. He's not.
I would call out any criticism could be directed at us, but we're not going to throw our staff under the bus on this. So if you have any questions of submissions, things like that, yes, it is on the applicant. In this. It is also on us to ask for it. So I appreciate that.
just for the record, I don't have anything other than what they've submitted to the school. We've been in discussions, they've been up on the board, but as far as a public document goes, I don't have a public document. So not me withholding anything from this board. What has been shared with the school has been shared with the council. So like I said, I walk into a room, we have discussions. It's not us that's doing the due diligence, it's them, which thank goodness, because that means our staff isn't paying for it. But at the end of the day, they're gonna submit something that we are gonna be able to have a final proof and check through. But just for the record, I don't have any documents other than what's been submitted to the schools, as well as some of council members as well. So not trying to hide anything. I don't have any public documents that have all these numbers that I've been secretly stashing away. So.
All right, I will move on with public comment. Yes, please. Again, I remind you of our council rules.
Absolutely. I'm Molly Gammertsfelder. I live in the Johnstown area. And I just have a couple questions. One, I came across an article online a few weeks ago about the New Albany government, and it says, the city of New Albany, my phone just went off, so hang on. The city of New Albany has received gold in the Ohio EPA's Encouraging Environmental Excellence in Communities Award program. Says the E3C award recognizes communities' exceptional achievements in environmental stewardships. I just was curious what their qualifications are and what they have done to receive the gold award. Mainly because there's been a lot of comment about green space and parkland and environmental protection, but when I hear comments like, well, I don't want a green blob to impede advancement, as one of the New Albany company members said earlier this evening, I have a lot of concerns about really? I mean, it doesn't seem to me like New Albany's on the same plate as everybody else as far as us wanting to be a green community. The second thing is that someone made the comment about data centers. You can't do much with a data center. Yes, you can. There's lots of cities that have green rooftops, green walls. Green rooftops help conserve energy. They help to keep the buildings cooler. They also provide habitat for pollinators and for other wildlife. So yeah, there are a lot of things that you can do with big buildings. And that should go along with from going to the Let's Talk Johnstown meeting, it seemed to me that the general consensus is, hello, we want to be a green community, we want to be different. I don't see that New Albany's on board with that project. So that's why I was curious about how they got that award. Really, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. One note I do want to make is we have New Albany Company, we have Johnstown Land Company. There's definitely a differentiation between all those. I'm not sure of the article that you saw, but I'll try to look that up later. Our next public comment. Do we have any more public comment?
Good evening, Patricia Moss. I'm a 31-year resident of the area. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to thank all the folks who are here for being here this evening, all this time, on what is an extremely important issue that's going to impact us. I've got concerns in a number of areas, beginning with the uses section, with the multifamily section, the open space section, with the buffer section, with the environment section, and with the question of this vote being required because of some urgency. With respect to uses, the P designation, as I understand it, indicates that the sub-area would not be required to obtain zoning approval for a specific use if it falls within that category. If that's the case, then we're going to be able to be in a situation where any type of manufacturing can come in unless it's specifically excluded. A water and sewer treatment plant could come in, gas stations, more auto repair. All kinds of things are still listed in this proposal which are inconsistent with maintaining our community in a livable way. there needs to be a lot more work done, in my view, to specifically exclude those uses that are not compatible, since anything in this document that's listed is not going to require any further approval. If an applicant that you sell to somebody and they come here, they're going to rely on this to say, hey, they said it was okay. That's a big problem, gentlemen, and I suggest you address it. With respect to, if you don't, it's going to be locked in the way it is. So that's my concern. With respect to multifamily, the apartment size, in my view, way too small. I think asking 6 people to live in a 3-bedroom apartment and each have 133 square feet of living space is ridiculous. I think if you compare the average in terms of apartment size across the country, you're going to find that the average sizes are more in line with the maximum square footage, not the minimum. The minimum square footage suggested here does not provide any sort of quality of life. And I suggest you revisit that as well. With respect to density, too much, too great, too many people in too small of a space. I have a huge objection to this unit bank concept, which I view as a shell game. If a parcel is entitled to...
You're at 3 minutes.
What?
You're at your 3 minutes.
You're at the 3 minutes, but I will allow you to wrap up.
I appreciate that. The density question should be limited to the number of units that would normally be allowed to the sub-areas 3 and 4 that have been designated for the multifamily. With respect to open space, I don't think parking and other amenities should be subtracted from the minimum green space. With respect to buffer, I think existing residents need a 100-foot pavement buffer and a 150-foot building buffer. Oral commitments are nice, but if it's not in the document, it's not enforceable. I think environmentally sound approaches should be specified in the document, including design and construction requirements. And as far as a vote, this is going to impact us for generations to come, and I don't see any urgency greater than that. I don't see you being under any gun to take action tonight. I think you need to reconsider that idea of having to act within a 2-week period. That concludes my remarks. I appreciate the extension of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's one question for Thad.
Wait for that.
Thad, I have a clarification question that just I thought of when she was speaking. So my understanding of this process is that the final review piece allows you to consider all commitments made by the applicant. So that would theoretically bind them to oral commitments, right, that are made during the meeting. As far as, weighing whether to approve the final plan.
So I would say it depends upon the nature of the criteria at issue and the commitment being made. So something like the gentleman who was up earlier who talked about the minutes reflecting the commitments to architectural quality and character, where you have statements in the preliminary development text that are necessarily ambiguous in some way. The statements that they make up there fill in those gaps, and you can hold them to those statements. You can refer back to them and say, on October 10th, 2023, you said that it was going to be a quality architectural character. That's not what we're seeing here. That can be done at the final development plan. If it's something that's purely dimensional, a 25-foot setback, but orally they say, well, we're really only going to have 30-foot setbacks, that is not an area of ambiguity that can be filled in by minutes.
It directly contradicts. Let me give one example real quick. So what about they say we're going to do 975 as part of the CRA? It's not in the text. Maybe we don't have that agreement inked, but to me that sounds like a commitment that would be could be considered in part of the final review. Is that?
Well, it would certainly be a commitment that people negotiating that agreement for the city would take into account and hold them to. And if that NCA doesn't materialize, then this project is not going to materialize.
That would be okay. I just wanted to make sure that.
All right. I'll have you answer that at the end. We're gonna get through this public comment first. So, yes, please.
Manu Van Scoik, and I've been a member of the Johnstown community for the last 29 years. I think I have more questions than I do comments.
You can submit those if you want.
Well, no, it would be better if I addressed it now. I don't understand what the big rush is. I feel like you guys are being pressured that you have to give an answer. We just had a meeting, 2 weeks ago with MKSK with a comprehensive plan. That was an awesome meeting. I almost feel like if you approve this, are we putting the cart before the horse? And I don't know how fast the wheels move that they start developing, but what if we're working on a comprehensive plan and what they come up with doesn't jive with what the community has decided that they would like? So I'm just advising you to not be pressured to make a decision if you don't feel like you're ready. Thank you.
All right. All right, next public comment, please.
You know who I am, Nicole Shook. I live in Johnstown, in the city. I'd like to address all of you. I understand all of your concerns and your questions. I really do. But let's break it down to what's happening here. It's development. It happens at a rate where development may not happen or be completed for 2 to 5 years. So that's where the urgency happens. That's where the urgency comes from. But you guys can sit up here all night. You guys can ask questions for the next months. But what it boils down to is that this group right here can walk right out this door and tell us goodbye. And then what'll happen there is you won't have a say on anything, no development, because they'll go to New Albany and then they'll get in Southwest Licking Water and Sewer to bring all the water and sewer in. We won't have one say in what goes out there. Not one. Not one. We won't have anything to say. Zero. Zero. That's it. We won't have it. We won't be able to protect our borders. We won't make any money. There will be no profit for us. There'll be nothing. Nothing. So you can tell them what you want. They can sit up here. You can tell council what you want. They can walk out this door tonight and say, we're done. And then we don't have a say over any of it. None. Nothing.
Well, part of it's still in Johnstown.
Well, then they'll take the 300 and some and whatever. But they can walk right out. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. All right, next public comment.
Marvin Block, 225 Edwards Road. Back. Gentlemen, I think what we have here is a failure to communicate. I think that some of our staff and things do more.
We gotta keep this
I know.
directly to the board. We can't throw staff under the bus.
I'm not throwing them under the bus, I'm just telling you my feelings.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I appreciate what you said, Jesse and Ben, tonight. Y'all made good points. And what I was going to say about the staff was not that bad. I think the staff is privy to stuff that you don't know about yet, and they can't tell everything they know. But I've watched New Albany for the last 40 years, since Wexner started buying up over there. I haven't seen anything that they've done too much that's wrong, except I don't want to live in a brick house, so if I come home at night drunk, I'll get in the wrong house, get in bed with the wrong woman. But I think that we should give them a little bit of slack, and we're going to have to trust them someday. And it's just like your councilwoman said, they can take their money bags and go home with them, or they can stay here and work with us. I think they deserve a little bit of work out of us. If you got concerns and you want to put them on there, put them on, send it to council. But let these people move on with their project. Council will slap them down if they need slapped down. You guys asked some pretty questions tonight. I think you got them on their toes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next public comment.
question. I thought this was about,
Could you tell us your name for the record?
Urban Hartsock, went in 81 Elm Street, forgot where I lived, Johnstown. My question is, this is all on record, right? So anything that's brought up here tonight, what they state publicly, it's on record that what
Yes,
they
sir.
said. Okay, so we're covered. Okay, now, I thought we was up here about pulling this district and getting in Johnstown, the area that's under question. Did we get it redistricted? Did we get,
So this is a zoning hearing for the PD district. Now, there is also an annexation
Annexation,
that
that's
is
what I was
with
talking
council currently on the table.
it's on the table, so it ain't been done
It's a
yet.
tabled item.
So we're not talking about that tonight then? No.
If I could try to give an explanation, and maybe it's going to satisfy you or not. So with this particular situation, Irvine, the two are linked.
Yeah, right.
So the annexation for the applicant's request would only happen if they got the zoning approved the way that they would like it. So if they don't get the zoning approved the way that they would like it, the annexation no longer is on the table and it goes away. The land would not be annexed into Johnstown.
So that sounds to me like, don't do Albany, it's more or less blackmailing Johnstown. You do it our way, or we're gonna put things on the table.
And Johnstown has the ability through the PD district to say, this isn't consistent with what we want, and they can say, we don't want this particular product, and then that annexation area walks away. They may come back, they may go
Or they
to
may
another.
go to New Albany.
Correct.
That's what New Albany wants, they want that area. They wanna move into our territory a little more than they already have. Basically, that's what you're saying.
I don't want to speak.
We won't speculate for other entities, but there are options with the property.
Right.
With those properties in that area, there are options with the property.
That's what it sounds to me like, that New Albany's saying, if it don't go our way, then we're out of the picture.
It's not New Albany, there are other entities, but I understand what you mean, but there are options with the property.
I'm not trying to put you
Of
guys on the
course.
spot, but that's what I'm
Right.
getting out of it right now. New Albany's saying either do it our way or we're going down the road. So what's the holdup now with us annexing that property in out there off of Duncan Plains is the utilities, the hangup of the utilities going in there. Because they won't submit anything on it unless you can guarantee them utilities to that section of ground.
Correct, if I understand your question correctly, correct. They wouldn't want to annex if we couldn't supply them the services.
Right.
And that's part of the discussion that we're having in greater detail that Commission Member Lee kind of brought up and alluded to, that you would like to see some more of those documents being produced.
Well, I don't blame you for
I don't-
that,
I
you
don't
know,
blame
you gotta know where you're going with it, because
Absolutely.
what the heck's is signing something up if you don't know whether you're gonna be able to handle it or not.
And I would never recommend to council, obviously, this would go through council. Before their approval, I would never recommend to council that they go through with this unless I felt confident and they produce the documents that show that the utilities are gonna be satisfied. And I would agree with that particular measure having to be met.
So
And I think they're willing to do that.
that's my comment, whatever.
I thank you. Further public comment? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Jan Stolt, and I'm from Harrison Township. And I'm very interested in this project because what happens here will probably set a precedent for all the other 14 jurisdictions that's in western Licking County. After listening to September 26, 2023 preliminary meeting, I kept hearing new buzzwords like 15-minute city, connectivity, mixed use, sustainability, open spaces, etc. Afterwards, I asked many people in my community, do you know what these new definitions or concepts mean? And I got an overwhelming no. So after researching what a 15-minute city comprises of, I learned that one of its purposes is to better serve groups of people that historically have been left out of community planning. These groups include women, children, people with disabilities, the mentally ill, elderly, and the economically disadvantaged. Another concept for a 15-minute city is to be a mixed-use community whereby people of all income levels are included, including those with government subsidies. Another purpose of a 15-minute city could be a carless infrastructure with limited vehicle use that creates a walkable city. What I haven't heard in some of these discussions is how many parking places will be at these 900 units. Will there be parking garages? I think for this town and for a lot of the counties in Licking and Franklin and Fairfield, there's not enough affordable housing, especially for seniors. Right now, the only affordable housing I found in Johnstown is a development called Chimes Terrace, but they only have 36 units, and there's a 9 to 12 month waiting list. It seems like when we listen into these discussions, the public isn't privy to what the red line changes are. So that's a concern because we don't know what's being proposed and what's different. Also, when I researched the 15-minute city, the first one has been built, and it's in cul-de-sac, Arizona. But it is primarily catered to the college crowd because they're 2 miles away from the University of Arizona. They also have a light rail, and they have, I think it's 73 acres. That's been designed for about 1,000 residents, and there's no residential parking. It's all off-site. So that brings me to my most concern of the Johnstown Land Company's proposal, the size of their units and how their residents will commute. Right now, from what I know, that 1 bedroom is 500 square feet, 2 bedrooms 650, 3 bedroom 800, and 95% of these units will be 1 and 2 bedrooms. And I concur with this lady that that's really small. Also, they seem like dormitories more than housing for
I will caution you, you're at your 3 minutes, but I will allow you to wrap up.
Okay, so if this housing is being built for Intel employees, currently Intel has over 131,000 employees worldwide who come from 65 different countries, and they most likely would want to bring their families with them. So building these very small units, and we don't know how they're supposed to get there. Are they supposed to Uber in? Are they supposed to take the Coda bus? Are they supposed to take Lyft? Are they supposed to just be relegated to electric bicycles like cul-de-sac is? I think those questions need to be answered. And so
We definitely appreciate your comments, and I appreciate you coming all the way from Harrison Township. I would definitely tell you to take this up with your leadership there. I think you have an election coming up, so all questions to think about when that happens. But yeah, these things do move throughout the area, so I definitely appreciate your opinions on that. Light rail, that's something to think about. But yes, I appreciate it. I know the square footage on here. One of the reasons that we have limited this square footage or talked about limiting square footage is because of the burden on our school system. So, and that is something that we've looked at. Families coming to the area burdens the school district. So that is something, when you're going to have an influx of housing like that in a very quick manner, that is something that we're looking at. How many kids can they pack in there? And I'll tell you what, I have a 2-story house, and my upstairs is probably 800 square feet. I have 2 kids now. I wouldn't want to be there with 2 kids. So I totally get that. And that's, if you're looking at the limitation of square footage, that is why, because we're very cognizant of our school district. And the prices of those, I think you're going to be looking at young professionals, and hopefully those young professionals transition to lifetime Johnstown residents, but we'll see. Further public comment?
I wouldn't want to be at 800 square foot with one.
All right, hands went up fast. Well, yes, please.
My name is Linda Peck. I've lived in Johnstown for over 50 years. And I wanted to commend all of you here for spending your time trying to sort all this out. I know you're tired, and we only have 3 minutes, so I would like to speak about the questions that you have, and I agree with the utility issues. They have to have water, they're gonna have to have police protection, fire protection. Have they thought any, I haven't heard them mention anything about that. And I appreciate the questions that you asked. And the fact that they haven't shared with you anything that they had with the meetings with the school board, then they need to share that with you. And I hope you guys will not be pressured by these people. They're pacing the floor, wanting a decision, and there must be a reason for that. So don't make a hasty decision and think that you have to make up your mind tonight. If they really want this project to go through, then they'll wait for the okay. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next public comment. Yes, please.
My name is Brett Cosma.
Sorry, what is it?
It's Brett Cosma.
Cosmic?
So I appreciate the continued effort between the applicant and you all to really come to a consensus about what's good for Johnstown. I've heard a lot from the applicant about wanting to be a good partner and wanting to keep the main look and feel of Johnstown, so I appreciate that. Along those lines, I believe there's an opportunity to discuss minimizing the impact to homes surrounding the planned development area, as we are also stakeholders but have not yet been engaged by the applicant. One of the first zoning ordinances was adopted in the 1900s in New York City to protect the property values of nearby residents by preventing skyscrapers from blocking sunlight and glue factories from polluting their air. Similarly, I believe it's this commission's responsibility to protect home values and air quality of the existing residents next to the proposed development. The allowable building height in sub-area 1 could be triple the height of the existing homes will be built next to, even after we lowered the maximum height to accommodate fire apparatus. Industrial uses and distribution centers are allowed in sub-area 1, and no amount of mounding or screening can prevent exhaust fumes, smoke, or chemical gas from moving between zoning lines. Both of those issues were faced in the 1900s, and zoning ordinances were designed specifically to prevent those situations. To be clear, this is not meant to be disparaging towards the applicant. I do think they would be good to work with. I think they've shown progress already. I'm interested in hearing how they would incorporate that feedback and accommodate the existing residents next to the planned area. Thank you.
Thank you. I like the zoning history. Euclid, Ohio, also one of the big zoning, first cities to have zoning. All right, next, that's my nerd moment. So next, public comment, please. I know there was another one back there. I saw 3 hands go up. Yes, please.
Andrea Ford, and I guess we know Intel's here, we know there's change coming. I feel like this is an opportunity, positive opportunity. Not all of Johnstown's gonna change, so at this point, it's a certain area. And I feel like its intent is to enhance Johnstown. So I know we've not been through this before, and I know the applicant's been through this several times. So I feel like maybe things aren't all worked out. And if things can go through, on a conditional basis, it seems like a good idea since it still has to go to the next level of review. You've all put a lot of time into it. It's gonna go through that same process. It sounds like City Council go through this long process of discussing things and questions, but it feel like the big parts are worked out. Possibly going to the next level is the right thing to do, because I feel although I know not everybody feels there's a sense of urgency, but we do risk losing an opportunity to have a proven developer enhance our town, which will bring new opportunities to the downtown as far as businesses. I feel like it's a great thing, and we don't want to lose the opportunity. That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, other public comment? All right, yes, please.
Sorry I didn't order your pizza yet tonight.
We definitely want your name and address.
Donnie Barnard, Johnstown. I want to thank you guys all for all the questions you guys have asked. The last 4 sessions of this, the level of detail that you guys have went into to try to get the most information to make this the best situation we can for Johnstown. It has been 8 weeks now of going through this back and forth, back and forth. I think one of the reasons why this is at such a breakneck speed, and it's something that Johnstown's never experienced, not many towns in the United States have ever experienced having Intel at their doorstep and having to prepare as the plane's flying and trying to build the plane. And that's what we're doing, and that's why everything hasn't been worked out yet. The utilities are being worked out on a daily basis. It's a battle. I know that Mr. Steinert's working on trying to get that figured out. The economic part, that is still something. Everything's trying to be worked out. But there is another process that this has to go through, and that's city council. And I ask that you trust them. And I ask that while we all don't want to be New Albany, we don't want to be the white fences, we want to be Johnstown, what the New Albany company has built for the city of New Albany has set them up for years. Mr. Block said it himself. For 40 years, they've built that as a great area to live. And the economic advantage that they are at, we don't want to miss that economic advantage. One of the reasons for that hurrying is that these companies have to start breaking ground in the next spring. If they don't, they'll have to wait for the next spring. That is a crucial point for these companies having to get in and be there for Intel. So that is the reason for the speed, is they have to be there for Intel. We don't know what companies they are yet, but we do know they're going to bring an economic advantage to the city of Johnstown that we've never had, that we have missed out on for decades and decades, as Sunbury has picked up, New Albany's picked up, Newark, Heath, they've all picked up these. Johnstown has lost out on this battle forever. We can't continue to lose out on this battle, or the financial burden will be on our residents for the rest of our history. That financial burden has to go onto these businesses coming. So I ask you to think about that, pass it on to council, let council take the next swing at this, and make sure that it gets done right. But I thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. All right. Anyone want to follow up the mayor? Okay, we have one.
My name's Sabrina Baker. I live in 12428.
You don't have to tell us your address. Just need your name.
So, I have been to several council meetings, and time again, I have heard, we're broke, we're broke, we're broke. We don't have the money for this, we don't have the money for that, we can't do this, we can't do that. I think if you can work out these minor little things and put a contingent on what needs to be done, and then pass it on to the city council and let city council fine tune everything, I have faith that they will be able to work things out. But I don't think we should let this opportunity go on down the road because we can't afford it. The village or the city cannot afford it any longer. It's just like he said, we've missed opportunity. Sunbury, New Albany, Alexandria is growing like crazy, and we're sitting ducks in water and letting people shoot at us and laugh at us for the missed opportunities that are falling in our laps that we're chasing away. So please consider the opportunity and put contingents on it if you have to, but let's move forward. Let's quit talking, because we can talk a dead horse, but it's still not going to get up. So that's why this.
Thank you. All right, further public comment. All right, we will let that horse go. I will go ahead and close public comment if there's none further. And I will bring this back to our commissioners. And I'll bring our applicant back up. I want to give our applicant a chance to answer questions. I want to give our staff a chance to answer questions. And any of our commissioners, I want to make sure that the public has their questions answered. We had a number of them, so I tried to write down as many as we could. Hopefully somebody else was.
The one question I wanted to answer was related to the community authority amount, the 9.75. The projections that we have been working on as it relates to utilities and those types of things have assumed a 9.75 collection for the community authority.
I have one thing that came up specific to, a couple people kind of talked about it, but maybe I think it might behoove us to add some language into the sub-area 1 manufacturing that prevents exhaust fumes or some kind of an undesirable industry from going in that might affect, the smell coming off, and there's no protections in the usage.
We have items like that in our zoning code already for property maintenance code and noxious fumes and public health hazards.
Remember when I made that big deal over a paper plant moving in?
It's in our
We amended it then.
So that wouldn't be superseded by the PUD, okay. Then
Not that I understand it. It's public health and safety and things like that are all within our property.
Mark that off then. That's all I had, that's the only thing I wanted to bring up.
All right, we will let you go.
Well, appreciate all points of view here, certainly do from the community as well, and appreciate some of the things that were said about the track record of this company. We by no means are trying to compare this to New Albany, and it will be different and distinct from New Albany, that's for sure. There's a lot of proof there. Look at the connectivity. I mean, the number of miles of bike trails that are provided all throughout the community. Our company's been responsible for 85+% of the acreage that's developed there, and it's with the same setup as here. In fact, the original zoning in the community is called the 1998 PUD, and all of the core of the community and the residential areas were originally based on that document. There's still development occurring under that document today. It's a great looking community. It's been given many awards. We're trying to bring the same secret sauce here and put the same rules and regulations in place. And frankly, we've learned a lot in 25 years, and this reflects those lessons learned. So, in any event, we are more than ready to provide information we can to council as a condition relating to utilities and the fiscal impact, and we are more than willing in the meantime, before council votes, to come back at whether it be a special meeting or a regular meeting if it works out, to come back and update you on those things, and maybe even informally at that time you could provide some further recommendation. I mean, I don't know that it'd be formal necessarily, but I think council would be willing to listen, I would hope, to even something informal from you all based on your review of that. So I just throw that out there as, time is of the essence. I think one of the things we don't do up here is developers get bad names sometimes, but I think some of the people that have spoken and have been directly affected in the past by us, by our development, have good things to say. I think that speaks volumes. And, you're not having someone come before you that you don't see proof of concept. So you have proof of concept all around you. So we ask you to take that into consideration.
Is there other questions from our commissioners? Is there any conversation, clarity that you guys need, as far as if you want to make a motion with conditions, anything of that nature? Is there any clarity that you would be asking for?
Have to be conditions. There have to be conditions.
So I want to go ahead and open up the motion to approve the plan, and we can
Well-
start a list of conditions.
We
You
should
wanna
talk
s-
conditions first.
So let's talk so let's have Thad outline all of our options, because I want to make sure that everybody, sorry to put you on the spot, but I want to make sure that everybody knows the options that are before us tonight, and everybody with the public, everybody on the board, I want to make sure that we outline options and the process forward.
Right, so your options in terms of voting on this evening are either to approve it or recommend approval outright, recommend approval with conditions, or recommend disapproval of that to council. The other option would be potentially to table this again, but, the applicant has requested a vote this evening. So the code contemplates that these actions will take place in a certain period of time and that they would be postponed either for request for more information or upon the request of the applicant. So those are the three options in front of the commission this evening. The list of conditions can be as, anything as minor as some of the, MF to MFR type of edits to more substantive issues like ensuring that there is a utility agreement in place, et cetera. So that Trevor has developed a list of conditions as well from his planning perspective. Did that answer your question?
And yes, I wanted everybody to know the options on the table. I want the public to know the options that we have on the table before us, so I appreciate that. If we decide, whichever way this board decides, I want to make sure that we're educated on the options and go with the best channel forward. So we have had a lot of changes tonight. There were a lot of edits that we had tonight. I would not be shocked if people asked for a tabling. I would not be shocked if conditions. There's a lot of information to digest. There's a lot of information that that did not come in as part of the packet. I'm not placing blame. I'm just saying that there was information requested from our commissioners that they did not receive. So I understand a tabling or conditions, something of that nature. Totally understand that. And I know that you would want to see that information before, before voting. So I will open the floor to our commissioners.
I'd like to hear Trevor's list.
Okay. We have a total of 6 conditions, a couple of them are multi-part. The first one being that the planned development should be required to participate in a city-approved new community authority for the entirety of the zoning district. That's been verbally agreed to by the applicant several times, but we also understand that a new community authority cannot be developed until the property is annexed, so just want that in there as a condition. Additional details be provided, additional application materials be provided, including utility impact analysis that provides rough order of magnitude estimates, which are generally a range of the projected demand of water and sanitary sewer service by this development. A traffic study with the expectation noted that additional dedication for right-of-way is likely to be required to accommodate necessary road improvements, bike ped facilities, which may result in adjusting the setback lines accordingly. Generalized street typologies and streetscapes in illustrative form that correspond with each street type, and a typical landscape buffer for the perimeter parking lot streetscape in illustrative form with associated planning materials. That was intended to be generalized just to help everyone understand what a typical buffer would look like with, and I want to be clear about this, with the understanding that that may deviate depending on specific site conditions at certain portions of the property. The third one is an annotated framework diagram, and an example of this was provided to the applicant by our staff. Also referred to as a bubble diagram, be provided that generally highlights natural areas expected to be preserved. And again, to our conversation earlier this evening,
that will be a guideline, not a concrete effort of, you can't move that line 1 foot. That is not the intent, but it would be, we feel that it's necessary to at least identify some natural areas that are expected to be preserved. And I think that in some regards, it's already been done by that documentation submitted. Organization of proposed uses, generally arranged around the proposed roadway and access network. And again, this is referring back to that framework diagram. So an illustrative plan illustrating these items. So that was condition number 3, and then 4, 5, and 6 are all single, they're not multi-part. So condition 4, that park and open space be integrated into the final development plan as placemaking and natural feature protection. We discussed that earlier. A fiscal impact statement be provided that includes estimates on revenues to be expected or otherwise detail the anticipated economic return to the city. And the last condition is, and this is more administrative than anything else, but the reformatting of the plan and development zoning text to meet the required format in the code. And those are the conditions that.
What was the last one?
That the formatting of the zoning text be revised to meet the outline established in the code, chapter 116408A2. And I'll give you some rationale for that. The way that the plan development code was written was purposeful in nature in that it sets up itself to align with what a idealized version of the Johnstown zoning code will be in the future. So it's set up to dovetail into that new code. And I know this is a little backwards, but this has worked elsewhere that I've worked and was written in a specific way so that it's easy for the public and future administrators to understand. But it's really just a formatting issue. It's not rewriting, it's just taking the pieces that NACO's already put together and rearranging them as required by the code. Those are the conditions, that's the full list.
Trevor, I'd like to add one more to that, and that would be modification of the zoning text consistent with what we heard from the commission today. I have 2 pages
Of just our edits.
detailed
Yeah.
recommendations, talking about screening of rooftop. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but
That's what I mean. And typically, like, if we do that many edits, which I didn't think we'd have that many edits today, but we ended up doing it, you'd ask for a tabling because you'd want to see a new copy in a couple weeks.
But
I mean, I'm comfortable with that, sure.
So am I.
I have 2 more. 116407A5. Proposed uses are appropriately located in the city. This needs to be conditional upon annexation because it's not in the city at this point, at least the majority of it, formality, but it satisfies one of the plan approval criteria.
Do you want to repeat that? Sorry, Ben, I'm trying to.
Just relative to 1160, I guess it'd be 116507A5.
Yeah.
Proposed uses are appropriately located in the city. So I'll make this comment and I'll give my last condition. So hearing some of the residents tonight, some of the discussions, where everybody stands, what the conversations are, the financial analysis and utility analysis. The biggest reason why I bring these up and I'm so staunch on them is because they're enumerated in the code. Talked about the code, they're part of submission requirements. I don't want the board, I do not want this commission to sit here and rubber stamp something just because there's a second level. Absolutely not. And I'm disappointed that we didn't have at least a snapshot of where we are at this point relative to the fiscal analysis and utility analysis. Doesn't have to be fully baked, but give us something. Give us something, especially if there are numbers out there being shared with other bodies. Give us something. That's my frustration. That's a lot of my frustration. Because the packet isn't, we've got to protect the process. This isn't going to be the last time we have this conversation. If we don't protect the process, then it becomes a rubber stamp, and what's the point in even bringing it to the board? You might as well have a 12-week conversation with council, and we can talk about signs. So, which we don't want to do. But that, and I just want to contextualize that. That's why it would just be nice to have a baseline. The condition that I would like to put on here with respect to the financial and utility analysis is to have something for us by Friday. I assume this is gonna be first read in front of council on Tuesday. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate, but I'll defer to the applicant. I know there's a time sequencing that can be allowed.
Assuming this passes tonight,
Regardless of that schedule, we can have something to you by Friday.
okay. 'Cause my assumption would be that if it goes to council for the first reading or introduction on Tuesday, there may be public comment at that point, but I think it's at least respectful to the commission to give us a snapshot that should have been provided at, before the meeting today at the very least. So that's all I'm saying. And that sounds reasonable?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other piece to the utilities, the utility agreement with the city. So maybe you could add that on too.
Well, I think that's a part of the annexation conversation. I mean, you're gonna have that verbal, you're gonna have police protection, doesn't that come a part of the annexation?
You got police, water.
Water, sewer.
Yeah,
Road.
fire.
Dedications.
In absence of that, let me just ask Sean, have your conversations with them, have their utility goals and usages align with what our city's goals and plans for utilities and utility usages are?
I would say a lot of the conversations have happened at a high level. So the biggest focus has been obviously water and sewer. The road piece is still being navigated. Obviously TID, State of Ohio has made some commitments to that particular area, not for the development of things, probably not as fully baked, but definitely starting the conversation. I have a meeting set up next week with EMH&T, MKSK, Bill Lozer, LCATS, myself. That's not gonna occur probably till next week if Bill doesn't have jury duty. So it's just a fun fact that it's a part of it. So that'll probably start to get a little bit more vetted and a little bit more detailed. The utility conversation, from the numbers that's been presented, like I said, again, up on a board, up on a screen, much like you see here. Those I think are tracking in the areas that we feel represent the city. So a lot of those discussions will be a hypothetical that's given as far as, are we sizing this correctly for extending the line beyond what is going to be for this development? So we start to give the information, they start to bake it into the performance sheet that they have. That's just one example. Jamie mentioned gravity versus lift stations. Those are part of it as well. So Jack, myself, are working through that process. Plant capacity is another piece of that conversation. So all of those things that we're providing data for, each time we give them more information, they're able to input it into their system and then start to work back from numbers. At this point, the numbers, what we're seeing, it's displayed up on the screen, are consistent with our demands as far as a payback period. Now, these are projections, these haven't been finalized yet. That's part of the piece that Jamie had talked about. And we're meeting tomorrow to go through another exercise in this very exact experiment. So working through that process is ongoing.
Are you comfortable with where we're at and with this moving forward?
I feel comfortable right now. You're looking at payback periods for specifically the water and sewer. Now, the other utilities and things like that still have to be put into the equation, but anywhere from, a 20-year, 25, 30-year, which is consistent with the bonds that would be necessary in order to facilitate, the infrastructure out there. If we started looking at sheets that started to pop up, a 35-year projection or something that doesn't have that rate of return, that's not going to be able to pay back the bonds and the loans that are necessary for this utility, that would be a concern of mine. I think it would be a concern of theirs as well. So nothing that I've seen causes me alarm, but we haven't got all the way through the process yet. They're still getting the exact numbers. I mean, we're still getting numbers back from some of our water plants, and that's just for our water plant. And I use that as an example. These things take time, and we started the water plant and the sewer plant discussion long before they did. So kudos to them for trying to work through it as quickly as they can. It's not a 50-acre parcel. This is 400 and some acres. I mean, this is a large project. So to run numbers on that is not something that you can just sit down and pencil it out on a piece of paper. If it
You
were,
did the math last, that's a 20% plus increase in land mass for the city in one shot.
it's running a large number. I mean, to Ben's point, you're calculating the utilities infrastructure for a quarter of the city. Not an easy task, but I think that is part of what we're talking about here tonight is the requirement of, are we setting a precedence? I don't think so. I think we're making them commit to putting that piece forward before there's a final approval. So I feel comfortable with the progress that we're making. Now, I don't want to commit and say, yeah, I'm great with the numbers right now, go ahead and rubber stamp this. I got to see how these numbers come in, and that's part of the exercise. But everything at this point, it seems good, but trust but verify. And I guess that's where we're at right now. We're going to verify.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the project with the conditions stated.
It's a recommendation to council.
So this is a recommendation.
Recommendation.
Yeah, it's a recommendation to council. I want to be very clear with everybody on the board of where you're headed. Make sure that you get your conditions in. If you have conditions, this is the time to ask questions. If you feel like you should, definitely do so. So far, I know Trevor listed conditions. Ben had some additions in there. Did we have any other conditions that are gonna be?
Tom added one.
Tom added one. I know that I had some questions that were asked. I think those will be changed just within the edits. Hard to look at the edits that we added tonight and make sure that they're gonna be in there. I know one thing that I did ask was,
We always swear we're never gonna do this again. Pass the edits.
yeah.
What's that?
Pass it without seeing the edits every time.
I know one condition that I had in there, the connectivity conversation. You had committed to connectivity, and I think it was mostly focused on walkability and things like that, but I also wanted to make sure that we were adding connectivity as far as the general surrounding space, the roads, making sure that it is not an island over there.
Yes, yes, I think that,
So that's in
that is a condition.
Okay.
It's working closely with KSK, and we talk about roads and the
Okay.
strategic plan, or master plan.
Okay. And then as far as going through all my notes here, the public comments required a lot of notes from me, so. The park plan that we have on there, are we requiring the park plan as a condition?
There's language in there that says bubble, identify the bubbles, which it's gonna be left up to the council to hash it out with the parks at this point. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I agree.
The framework will be provided, like a bubble map, and then natural feature protection, I think was some of the wording, Trevor, that you used, which is important when you talk about wetland preservation, you talk about tree stand preservation.
You wanna make it more specific to parks?
Well, part of the conditions for approving the entirety of this, it's in there as a condition to approve this by the end, the parks. Council has the provision to accept or deny it. I think it should probably be in there, at least some sort of park plan, because we don't know what council's going to do 100%. I mean, you don't know where they're gonna go, so I don't think it's a horrible idea.
Wasn't that a part of one of your conditions?
You're saying it's part of one of your conditions?
The way
Okay.
the condition is written currently is
Okay.
that parks and open space be integrated in the final development plans as placemaking and natural feature protections.
Okay. And the NCA was in there too?
Correct, that was the first one.
But that's the final, so if we want something to be in the preliminary plan, then we need to make that a condition. Like whether we want them to follow 116409 as to more specificity into the size and location of a parkland, I could be supportive of that condition. And again, it doesn't really matter because council's gonna get to decide anyway, but
I mean, that is the will of the commission if they so choose, but I would caution you to request a detailed park plan when the applicant hasn't had, I'm not even gonna say the time, but they're not far enough along in this process to truly understand where these parks make the most sense and where they can be best utilized within the.
I think if it's covered under one of your conditions, if you feel that it's covered under one of his conditions, I'm fine with that because it's in there.
Covered under the parks and open space component that is a more detailed bubble diagram. Right, there was the bubble diagram, we showed up, they said, no, we need more detail. I don't like the idea of this green blob, that's my understanding.
This is really, the way the condition was written was really intended to make sure that open space has a purpose when these final development plans come in. And that's the beginning and end of it, that make sure that when the final development plans come in, that there's sufficient detail to make council or whoever ends up approving that final plan comfortable with the location, size, and amenities that are in those open spaces.
I sure hope I see a tennis court.
All right.
Walter, you got anything?
Anything, okay. So we have our conditions laid out. Everybody's good with them?
I think we got a motion on the table.
We don't.
I made one.
I had a motion by Jesse.
Okay, with those conditions listed.
His motion was to approve, but the motion.
Approve the recommendation.
Right on with the.
A recommendation with conditions as read. Is that what's your motion?
Yeah.
Tracy, can you read back the
Oh
motion?
my gosh, don't do that to me.
Not all the conditions, just the,
Oh.
so the motion on the table.
Motion on the table is to recommend approval to council with the conditions as read. I had
Thank
six.
you.
I had
There's
six.
a total of 8.
Six red.
Just call them Trevor's
Trevor,
conditions.
I had
One additional for Mr. Ruby.
the other one added by Mr. Ruby, the 2 by Ben.
And have something by Friday.
Yep, that's one motion.
For a second.
I second it.
Thank you. We might get out of
Walter
here.
Robb,
Yes.
Ben Lee,
Yes.
Steve Dyer,
Yes.
Jesse Koppel,
Yes.
Chairman Green.
Yes. All right. We have movement on this. Members of the public, if you are still concerned, I feel free to invite you to the next council meeting.
The big leagues.
Nobody should feel like they shouldn't have a chance to weigh in, and I want you to know we're definitely paying attention. From here, Sean, if you'd like to outline the process for everybody, so that anyone watching out there knows where this is headed.
Absolutely. So the next step is going to transfer this to council. More than likely, it will be on council's next agenda item for next Tuesday. What a fantastic, wonderful thing for staff to look forward to. I'm throwing that in there. And I'll
Take these papers off my desk.
But council will then have the opportunity to look at that. That'll be, I would assume, next Tuesday. But check the council packet. That will be the determining factor of whether it's on the council packet or not. If it's not, then obviously it's getting kicked around prior to that. But like I said, I believe it's going to be off to the council for them to look and evaluate. And we'll continue to work through the process. So appreciate you guys' time. The attention to detail was terrific. Not an easy process. First time you're going through it. We're all learning a lot as we go through the process. So kudos to you all. Tremendous amount of patience. And what a fun experience.
All right.
Sarcasm.
I have
So
no
we
other
love it in our
business.
free time, right?
No other business.
Other business from our staff.
I was gonna ask about the
Dare
gravel.
not.
No. You're gonna ask about the gravel?
11 o'clock.
Do we have any applications
I'm
for
gonna
our
ask
next
about
meeting?
I would have to dig deep back in the recesses of my brain right now, and I don't
I was
think
gonna
it's
say, was
functioning
there
properly,
anything,
so.
was there anything that we pushed off?
I don't believe so, but don't hold me to that. You may have something before you yet at the next zoning meeting, so.
No other business.
But yeah, I got nothing.
All right. Well, with that, I will go ahead and make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.